A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Smell of High Wine.
You can talk about nostalgic sounds all you want to. Church bells on a summer Sunday morning when you've come back to your hometown after a long, long time. A long, homesick cry of a train whistle when you wake up in the middle of the night. Somebody's voice you haven't heard for a long time. You can talk about nostalgic sights, too. Brown cows meandering over a green hillside. And a funny Y-shaped fence post out on the Santa Rosa Valley Road that you saw the men putting up 20 years ago. But for my money, there isn't anything like a smell to bring things back. The smell of burnt core sound as the train passes a small-town foundry somewhere in Indiana. And the bitter smell of fresh tanned leather. And your mouth puckers up like it did when you were a kid walking past the harness shop. The linseed smell of good, fat printer's ink and the greenish smell of raw newsprint. They're the things that bring it back. For me, it's the smell of high wines. Smell it once and you'll never forget it. Live in a distillery town and you'll smell it practically all the time. And you remember Shorty Gale in the funny streetcar that took you to work at 5 in the morning. You remember the cold air that came up through the slats in the fermenting room floor to freeze you in your wet overalls. You remember the long, dusty wooden stairs up to the tower. And somewhere behind it all is the taste of cold fried egg sandwiches from your lunch pail at midnight. With the full moon looking quizzically in the wind at you. And kind of sharing a secret with you. I catch the smell of high wines and I hear a sound that I thought I'd forgotten. And I see a picture I thought I'd forgotten, too. A little room way up at the top of the tower, musty, dusty with white meal. One little yellow light hanging from a cobwebby wire over an old desk. A plank easy chair, worn smooth by I don't know how many government storekeepers. And the smell... And it's just a little smell of high wines to remember it by. And the sound I hear is the sound of something dripping onto the warped, dusty floor. Drop, drop. Drop, drop on the uneven floor. The sound of a man's life dripping away. All alone in the tower. At 3 o'clock in the morning. I remember back, and it's more than 30 years ago. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I smell high wines. Pungent, sharp, with a kind of vicious cleanness. They're coming to life at the sharp alcohols and the esters, released from the prison of the grains they were born in. And the smell brings back the blurred picture of the little room where the man lay across the scarred desk and bled his life away. I couldn't see his face in the paltry light from the crusted light globe. I could see only his dark clothing across the desk, his hand dangling toward the floor. The smell of high wines was strong in that cramped little room. And there was only the drip, 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 drip to hear, and the stain slowly spreading on the floor. And I remember I ran headlong down the stairs and out into the clean air of the night. And I can still feel the uneven ties of the railroad under my feet as I ran away from that place. And I remember how the smell of high wines pursued me through the dark. And through the day. Through the bright hours of the day. I squandered my sleeping time staring at the walls. Wondering. Waiting for a call that would take me back to that murder room. But when 5 o'clock came and Mother gave me my 20 cents and my lunch pail, and I rode the bumpy streetcar down to the end of the line and walked the last half mile, and climbed the stairs to the fermenting room office, Grover sat on the bench and looked up at me over his first cup of coffee.
How are you tonight, Eugene?
And Dutch came in with a thermometer and a Stilson wrench and slapped me on the shoulder.
Number 10 tabs up to 86, Eugene. Better look at it in about an hour. While you're resting, Eugene, you can repack the new pump if you want it.
All right.
What's the matter with you?
Me? Nothing.
You sick?
Me? No, I'm not sick.
You're as white as a sheet.
Listen, Grover. What happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
What happened where?
What's the matter with you?
Up in the tower.
What happened up in the tower?
Didn't you hear?
Hear what?
Last night?
It wasn't here last night. It was our night off, don't you remember?
Sure. I remember.
What are you talking about?
Didn't anybody tell you what happened up there last night?
Up where?
In the tower.
What happened?
A man? Dead?
What? Dead man?
I saw him.
Are you nutty, Eugene?
No, I'm not nutty, Grover.
I didn't hear about any dead men. Who was it?
I don't know. I saw him. It was all over the floor. Blood.
Blood?
I saw it.
What were you doing? Wait a minute, Dutch. Hand me the phone.
It ain't connected at night.
That's right. Listen, Eugene, you saw a dead man up in the tower?
Yeah.
Where?
I was just up there looking for something to read, and Mr. Files usually has some magazines up there, and I was only up there a minute, and...
Was Mr. Files up there?
It was his night off. There wasn't anybody up there but the dead man.
If I didn't know you better, I'd think you'd been at the slop there out there in the cooler.
I saw him.
You was asleep and you dreamed it.
I was not.
You was asleep. That's why that number 9 tub was up to 91 when Fred Norris came on this morning. He left a note. He said it was 91. You was asleep.
I wasn't asleep.
Wait a minute. Did you hear anything about it, Dutch?
Me? No.
Somebody was murdered up there. It'd be all over the plant, wouldn't it?
All over town.
The watchman didn't say anything about it.
I run into Everett Stokes when I came in tonight. He didn't say anything about it. If anything had happened, Everett would have said something. You had a nightmare, Eugene?
No, I didn't. I saw him. He was right.
Dutch, keep an eye on things a few minutes, will you?
Sure.
Come on, Eugene.
Where?
We're going up in the tower and have a look for your dead man.
It's dark up there. It was dark, and it was gloomy. And it smelled of high wines just as it always did. And in the feeble glow from the little yellow lamp, the desk stood bare and clean, lightly dusted with the powdery meal of 50 years grinding. The lower floorboards were dusty and dry, and I could even see the footprints in the dust I had made the night before.
Where'd you see the blood?
Right there on the floor, I saw it. And now the floor was dry, as it always had been. And the dust lay thick on it, the dust that had been there for years. And we got down on our knees to look.
There's been no blood on this floor.
I saw it.
Listen, Eugene, if I ever hear of you going to sleep on a night shift again when you're being paid to keep an eye on 14 tubs of fermenting mash downstairs and... Who's that?
Hey, Grover.
What do you want? I told you to stay...
Hey, Grover.
What?
Mr. Files is dead.
Mr. Fire? What?
Mr.
Sure.
The one that saw was up there. Now, you know, he had his night out last night.
Yeah?
He's dead.
What?
He was home last night, and somebody got in the house and stabbed him, and he bled to death. And you know what else?
What?
They think it was somebody from the distillery here.
Why?
Because when they found him, the whole room smelled just like it does around here. The smell of high wines is so strong, it nearly knocks the people down.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. I know you're saying to yourself, he did it. Eugene did it. And he lied when he told about going up in the tower and finding the man bleeding to death. The man that never was there. The man they couldn't find any sign of the next day. You're saying that's a fine alibi, Eugene. And you're saying that business about the smell of high wines is a nice touch. But aren't you forgetting something while you're figuring out your fine theory? Aren't you forgetting that I told my story before Grover and Dutch had heard about how Mr. Files was stabbed by a person or persons unknown? Do you think a murderer would make up a story like that and tell it ahead of time? A smart murderer wouldn't have told it at all, would he? If I had done it, wouldn't I have been content with everybody thinking I was at work in the distillery all night? With nobody even thinking of me as a potential murderer? That's the way you'd think, isn't it? You wouldn't have shut off your mouth about a dead man bleeding to death in Mr. Files' office and the place smelling of high wine long before it came out that Mr. Files really was murdered in his home, and the blood dripping off on the floor, and the smell of high wine's there, too. But they picked me up, and I stayed in the red brick jail behind the courthouse for a long time. When they finally had a trial, I sat there with handcuffs and listened. Now Grover and Dutch told their stories.
Yes, sir. He told us just that, the way you've got it down.
Yes, sir. He said he saw the dead man in Mr. Files' office.
Yes, sir. He said it was about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir. He was there all alone in the plant by himself.
No, sir. He could have left and gone to Mr. Files' house and murdered him, and nobody would have known he left the distillery.
No, sir. He wasn't at the distillery when the day shift came on.
No, sir. I don't know where he was from 3 o'clock on.
And while they were talking in the courtroom, all the time I could smell the smell. Just faintly I could smell the smell of high wines, and there wasn't anything in the courtroom that could make it smell like high wines. And when I asked Ralph Gore, the sheriff, he said he couldn't smell anything at all except the fresh paint where they painted the jury room. And no high wine smell at all. But I could smell it. And that's the way it happened. I told you the truth all the way along. This is one of those stories where the man says at the end, look, I've been lying to you. I did it, and I've been lying to you about it. I didn't do it. And that's the way it happened, just like I've told you. They acquitted me. You can see they couldn't prove anything, and the story was too fantastic, and well, I hardly knew Mr. Files at all. And so I was free. I said, I'm not mad at you, Grover.
Well, sure, Eugene. You know, I had to say what I said. But you notice I didn't say anything that would make people think I thought you did it. I stuck right to the truth. I just answered the questions, that's all.
I know, Grover. I heard you in the court.
I didn't say anything either, Eugene. I just told him what you said to me. I didn't volunteer anything either.
Why, there wasn't anything to volunteer. Was there, Dutch?
No, there wasn't.
No, there wasn't. We just told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I gotta get a new job, I guess.
Aren't you coming back to the distillery, Eugene?
No, I guess not, Grover. I don't think they'll take me back.
Sure they will, Eugene.
I don't think so. Grover, do you think I did it?
Why, no. I don't think so, Eugene.
Do you, Dutch?
What? I don't know who did it, Eugene.
And then I was in Illinois another time, and it was 4 or 5 years later. I never did go back to working in a distillery because if I wanted to get a job that paid any money in the distillery, I guess I'd tell them I had experience. And if I told them where I'd worked and had my experience, they'd write a letter and they'd find out about what happened and I wouldn't get the job. So I used my middle name and I went to Omaha. I got a job hopping bells in a hotel in Omaha and I made pretty good money. And after a while I kind of stopped worrying about what had happened back home. And I never heard from anybody at home, so I was all right. There weren't any distilleries in Omaha anyway then. I remember it was the day before Washington's birthday in Omaha. I was sitting fanning the breeze with a house detective in a little room down in the basement where we had a table to play cards and stuff. And after a while I stood up and I said, well, so I read, I'm going home.
What time is it?
11:15.
45 minutes and then I can hit the hay. Wish I had a shot of whiskey.
Don't look at me.
I know. You don't touch it.
I used to have make.
You did?
Yes. Before Prohibition.
Smells like old Cooley's making some back in the furnace room right now. Smell it?
Why? I don't know what that smell is, Red.
Yeah, bathtub gin.
No, it isn't.
Huh?
Well, I smelled that before.
What is it?
That's high wines.
Huh?
Never mistake that smell.
What's high wine?
That's what comes out after the first distillation of the mash you make whiskey out of.
Well, there's no distillery around here. Only old Cooley.
I'm going to see.
I'm telling you.
I know what that is. I smell.
Look out. Cooley's always leaving stuff in the passageway there.
I'll look out. Yeah, let's see what this is. There's the light. Red.
What's the matter? Did you break your head?
Look.
What?
A dead man. Huh? I stumbled over a dead man.
What? Where?
Look.
Where?
Look. On the floor with some tied around his neck.
I don't. Why, you sap. That's a bundle of old bedspreads that Cooley left laying on the floor. See?
I tell you. Oh, he looked just like a dead man with a towel wrapped around his neck, choking.
Oh, go on home.
Looked just like a fellow I used to know back home. That's... Wait.
What's the matter now?
That smell.
I don't smell anything now.
Can't you smell it? That's the smell of high wines.
I don't know what you're...
Hey, Ed!
Yeah?
Are you down there?
What's the matter?
Ed, come in, Chief!
What's the matter?
Get up to 805 right away!
What's the matter?
There's a dead guy up there!
And the smell of high wines in the close little cellar passageway was overpowering as I raced after the detective. The door of room 805 was wide open just as the maid had left it as she ran screaming away from it. And on the bed lay a dead man. The towel knotted tightly about his neck. And when Red and I had flung the window open to let out the choking fumes that permeated the whole room, and when he had untied the towel from the murdered man's throat, I looked down on a face that I knew. It was my old friend Dutch, who I hadn't seen for 5 years. I told you the truth, just the same as I did before. I didn't know Dutch was there. I hadn't heard a word from him in all the years I'd been away. And this time I played it safe. Red knew that I'd been with him for an hour. The hour in which Dutch died 9 floors above me. I couldn't have done it. There never was even the slightest suspicion of me, for that matter. It was just coincidence that I tripped over what I thought was a dead man with a towel knotted around his neck. That's all. But it wasn't coincidence that I smelled the smell of high wines. And I went away from Omaha anyway. I wandered all around, and I never did smell that smell again. Not till the other day. don't think Grover knew me when I came into his office. It had been a long time, and I'd been all over the country. I'd got fat, and I guess I got a little prosperous. I hadn't smelled high lines anywhere in all that time. And Grover, he'd stayed there at home. Now he was the big boss. He was the boss of the works. And I wanted to see him for old time's sake. So we had a nice time there in that big oak panel office of his.
You know, Dutch died, Eugene.
Did he?
Out in Omaha. Quite a long time ago. He was traveling for the company, and he was out there, and they found him in his room at the hotel, dead.
Did, huh?
Yeah. Too bad, isn't it? We used to have some good times together way back when.
Sure did. Did we?
Poor old Dutch.
Poor guy.
Like a cigar, Eugene?
No, thanks.
You know, I had a funny experience the other day talking about Dutch.
You did?
Yeah, funny. You remember when you were like to?
I certainly do.
I mean about the fellow that was killed. What was his name? Files? Remember?
Yes, I remember.
That was why you went away, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Let's not talk about it.
Remember how you talked about smelling high wines?
Yeah, I haven't smelled high lines for years. Not since
when? Well, I haven't either. I was glad when they moved my office uptown. Could get away from that smell.
Always nauseated me.
Well, me too, to be perfectly frank. What are you sniffing for?
Nothing.
I don't smell anything.
I thought I caught a sniff of high lines.
No, not in this office, boy. Air conditioning.
Well, go on.
Go on what?
What you were saying, the funny experience.
Oh. Well, remember you smelled that smell when he died? The old man.
Yes, I remember.
I was sitting at home reading the Saturday Evening Post. Story about a fellow on a submarine and atomic bomb things.
Well, I read it on the train.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I must have fallen asleep. It was late. And all of a sudden, I smelled high wine.
You did, huh?
Yeah, just as plain. I haven't smelled that smell for years. But you know something, Eugene? You never forget it.
I guess you don't. Well, now I better be going.
Oh, wait a minute, Eugene. I want to tell you about this dream. I wouldn't have thought about it, but it's such a coincidence. You coming in out of a clear sky.
Well, what about it?
Well, I got up and looked around. I was all alone at home, and I couldn't imagine that... So do you smell anything now?
No.
Guess it must be my imagination.
Well, go on.
Well, I thought right away about that old experience of yours.
What did you find when you looked?
What?
Did you find a dead body?
Why, that's the funniest...
Wait a minute. I want to tell you that I was in the hotel when Dutch got killed.
I know you were.
How did you know?
I mean, I had an idea you were, Eugene.
Well, I didn't kill Dutch.
No?
I didn't kill that old man either.
No.
I didn't.
I know you didn't.
Well, then, how did you know I was there when Dutch died?
I guessed.
Well, tell me about your dream and the high wine smell.
Yeah, well, do you smell anything now?
High wines? No, why?
I just wonder. I don't want you to find me dead, you see.
Did you find a dead man when you smelled high wines the other night?
Yes, I did.
You did? Tell me about it.
Want to know who it was?
Yes. No.
Suicide.
How did you know?
He had the gun in his hand. He shot himself in the head.
Well, what did you do?
Well, he was lying alongside me on the floor, and I jumped up, and when I jumped up and looked, there was nobody there.
Just like it was when I...
Just like it was when you...
Who was it, Grover?
Why don't you know, Eugene?
I don't know why. It's the truth. It's the way everything happened. I didn't tell you any lies. Grover didn't either. I forgot to ask you something. Did you ever smell highlights? You never did? Well, once you smell highlights, like Grover said, you'll never forget it. I don't know where this gun came from. You know what I'm going to do with it? You said you'll never smell highlights. Take a deep breath. You don't get it? Try again, a big, deep breath. Yeah, that's it. Smell it now?
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Smell of High Vines. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Grover was played by Murray Forbes. Dutch was Frank Thomas Jr. And Walter Black played Red. Music for Quiet Please is as usual by Albert Berman. Now for the word about next week, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for next week is called A Plan for Living.
And so until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is WJZ, New York's first station.
Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. Till murder do us part.
Just a moment, Johnson. You think you can go on, Miss Talbot? Perhaps you'd rather wait.
No, I'm all right now.
Read what you have so far, Johnson.
My name is Nora Talbot. Exactly 5 months ago, I was employed by Marion Dunning, well-known play producer and widow of the late philanthropist Wilcox Dunning. I was to act as. That's where she broke down, sir.
Is that correct so far, Miss Talbot?
Yes, it is.
Whenever you're ready to continue.
I was to act as a confidential secretary, to live at the Dunning estate and primarily read play manuscripts for Mrs. Dunning. I liked my job because, well, I liked Marion Dunning. She was very easy to get along with, very considerate.
I hope you find your room comfortable, Nora. Just tell Tompkins, the butler, if there's anything you want.
Pleasant, easy to get along with, considerate. She made me feel more a personal friend than just an employee.
Now, look here, young lady. Stop working so late. A pretty girl like you ought to be out nights enjoying herself.
I liked Mrs. Dunning. I really was very happy there until Wallace Strieber came into the picture.
Nora, I want you to meet Wallace Strieber. He's been kind enough to let me read his new play.
And produce it. I assure you the pleasure's all mine, Nora.
I disliked him on sight. He was always talking about money.
Yes, Nora, I've always wanted the golden Midas touch. And soon I hope I'm going to have it.
He was always talking about his play.
It won't be long, Nora. I can see the blazing lights on the Broadway marquees. Talk to Death by Wallace Strieber. The Rage of New York.
Always talking about money. Always talking about his play. Yes, even always making advances toward me. And Mrs. Dunning was too infatuated with him to notice. I was far from surprised the day Mrs. Dunning told me she and Strieber were going to be married. He had mentioned to me several times that it would be a good idea. And Wallace Strieber wasn't one to abandon a good idea. He was the kind of man who would stop at nothing.
I, Wallace Strieber, take this woman to be my lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, until death do us part.
I could see the smirk on his face as he repeated the marriage oath, and each word he said etched my hatred for him deeper and deeper. Then 5 minutes later, at the reception party...
Nora! How about a kiss for the groom?
I'm sorry, Mr. Strieber, I'm busy.
Oh, now, don't pull away. At a wedding, it's unfriendly not to kiss the groom. You don't want to be unfriendly, Nora, do you?
I have to see Tompkins about Mrs. Strieber's baggage.
It's just about time you paid some attention to Mrs. Strieber. You're working for me now, too. Doesn't the idea please you?
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Strieber, I'm only your wife's secretary.
Oh, come now. I think we should understand each other a little better.
I understood him perfectly. He was out for money, the Dunning pocketbook. He was out for fame, his play on Broadway. He was out for all he could get, and Marion Dunning was the only way he could get it. One night, shortly after they returned from their honeymoon trip, we were having dinner.
I know I've been talking about it for the last month. I know you don't like the play, but marry an angel, be an angel.
Oh, he's incorrigible, isn't he, Nora?
Well, let's face it. The only way to get my play on Broadway is for you to back it. Why should we let $40,000 stand in the way of my happiness? After all, if my own wife hasn't confidence in me...
I do have confidence in you, Wallace. You know that. But I don't have confidence in your play. Talk to Death is too...
It's implausible.
Yes, Nora, it's implausible.
Oh. So Nora's read the play, too, has she?
Nora reads every play before I produce it. She has excellent judgment. Tell Wallace what you told me about his play, dear.
Well,
Go on, Nora.
Well...
Go on, Nora.
Well, the play's illogical. A man talking a woman into suicide because of a wager, well, it's an incredible situation.
Go on.
Well, that's all.
I see. I suppose you agree with that, Marion?
Nora's absolutely right. A man could never talk a woman into suicide in real life, Wallace. It's silly. Why don't you try writing something else, darling? I'd love to read anything else you wrote.
That's enough.
Wallace. Why, Wallace, what's the matter? Wallace!
I soon came to learn that it was dangerous to cross swords with Wallace Strieber. The very next night, Mr. Strieber sent for me.
You'll find Mr. Strieber in the library, Miss Nora.
All right, Tompkins. I'll be there in a little while.
But Mr. Strieber said you should come at once, Miss.
Oh?
Begging your pardon, Miss. I'd watch my step if I were you. You seem to be quite put out about something.
Oh. Thank you, Tompkins. You wanted to see me, Mr. Strieber?
Yes. Please come in, Nora. I do hope you forgive my actions last night. I'm afraid I lost my temper. But your criticism of my play seemed more like a personal insult.
My criticisms of plays are always objective, Mr. Strieber. I'm sorry that you...
I understand.
I was only doing my job.
I understand, sir. Nora, things could be very pleasant around here for you if you were a bit more cooperative.
Is that all you wanted, sir?
No. Sit down. Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
Nora, my wife has a very high regard for your opinion.
Yes?
Nora, how would you like to make some money? A lot of money.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'd make it worth your while if you'd convince Mrs. Strieber to back my play.
Sorry, Mr. Strieber. Not interested.
I see. Nora, I said before that things could be very pleasant here for you. I say now that things can also be very unpleasant. That's all. Good night.
He tried every way to make things unpleasant. He tried everything to turn Mrs. Strieber against me. First...
That story Nora's writing, Marion. Did you ever read Walton's Night Ride? I'd say certain sections were copied verbatim.
He accused me of plagiarizing a story I was writing, but that was only a start.
But I tell you, Marion, she was paid to recommend that play to you.
He accused me of accepting a bribe to recommend someone's play to Mrs. Strieber. He even accused me of stealing it.
Marion, my wallet's missing. I left it on the library desk, and Nora's the only one who's been in there since last night.
But, Miss Nora, Mr. Strieber's wallet was in his bureau drawer. It was there all the time.
I thought as much, Tompkins. He'd say anything to get me into trouble.
I'm terribly sorry, Miss. I told Mrs. Strieber.
Thank you anyway, Tompkins, but I'm afraid it won't make much difference. He tried everything to get rid of me, but I stayed. Mrs. Strieber wanted me to, but I could feel the difference in her manner toward me. Not so considerate, not so pleasant, not so easy to get along with now. But I stayed. I stayed to find out why Strieber was so anxious to get me out of the way.
Marion.
Just a minute, dear. I have to get this letter off tonight.
Marion.
What is it, Wallace?
After all I've told you, Nora's still around, I see.
I know. I wanted to speak to her, but you just can't accuse people of things like that without any proof.
My word should be proof enough.
Well, I'll talk to her tomorrow, Wallace.
Tomorrow, everything tomorrow. Why do you always keep putting things off? And you keep putting me off about my play?
Play? Wallace, must we talk about that again?
I'm getting a little tired of talking about it myself, Marion. Are you going to produce it or not?
I told you, Wallace. It's impossible to get away with anything like that on Broadway. A man talking a woman into suicide. Why, the critics would laugh at it.
Laugh at it, eh? So that's what you think of.
Oh, we've been over this so many times, Wallace. Your play is just incredible, that's all.
I'll show you how incredible it is.
Wallace, please.
What if I prove that a man can talk a woman into suicide? I tell you, I can prove it. Why, I could talk even you into suicide within 48 hours.
Oh, Wallace.
Well, if you're so sure it can't be done, why don't you take me up on it?
But it's too ridiculous.
Yes? I'll bet you $40,000 I can do it.
Wallace.
Don't worry, I won't let you go through it.
And if you can't make me?
If I can't, I'll never mention my play again.
Well, it's almost worth it at that. But if I'm talked into suicide, how can I pay you $40,000?
Just put it in writing, that's all.
I, Marion Strieber, hereby declare in the event...
my suicide within 48 hours that I bequeath a sum of $40,000 to my husband, Wallace Strieber.
What?
Have you got that, Nora?
Mrs. Strieber?
Oh, it isn't as bad as it sounds, Nora. Wallace is just trying to prove that his play has possibilities.
But, Mrs. Strieber...
I think it's very clever of Wallace. Of course, he's not serious about it. But you see, even if he can persuade me to think about suicide, then he's proved his point. His play isn't so incredible as we say it is.
But you can't possibly go through with it. The whole thing's fantastic.
I think I'm a better judge of that than you are, Nora.
Mrs. Strieber, you must call this off. You must. Don't you see? Don't you understand? That's why he was trying to get me out of the way. That's why he told you all those things about me. Oh, it's all so clear now.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nora.
Your husband wanted me out of the way so he could murder you for your money.
Nora!
I know it. It's true. Something awful is going to happen. I could feel it the minute he walked into this house. I know.
Nora, Wallace was right. You can pack your things and leave in the morning. Good night.
I was terrified. I knew Marion Strieber was going to be murdered, and I was powerless to save her.
Playwright Wallace Strieber married the wealthy play producer Marion Dunning, Nora Talbot was much distressed. Nora was secretary to the new Mrs. Strieber, and she felt certain that Strieber's affections extended only so far as the fat Dunning purse. Having married Marion, Wallace Strieber began vainly trying to get his wife to back his play, dealing with a man talking a woman into suicide. Nora and Mrs. Strieber thought the plot ridiculous and implausible. Strieber, infuriated, bet his wife $40,000 that he could talk her into suicide, and within 48 hours, having tried, meanwhile, everything to get Nora out of the way. Nora wouldn't leave because she was sure some disaster would come of the suicide note that Marion Strieber jokingly had dictated to her, setting forth the terms of the wager. When Nora told her employer of her fear that Wallace Strieber planned to murder Marion after tricking her into writing the note, Marion ordered her to leave the house in the morning. Now, Nora lies in her bed, terrified of what this strange and violent night might bring.
During the night, I could see a gleam of light streaming through their window, and it seemed to be moving back and forth, back and forth. I thought my imagination was playing tricks when I heard an eerie, monotonous voice that sounded like Wallace Strieber's. I put on my robe and quietly went down to the end of the corridor near their room. I listened. It wasn't my imagination. The voice was Wallace Strieber's, eerie, monotonous, saying over and over again,
"You're going to kill yourself. You're going to kill
Even
yourself.
the walls seemed to be echoing
You're going to
and
kill
whispering.
yourself. You're going to kill yourself.
The wind moaned it louder and louder and faster and faster.
You're going to kill yourself. Kill. Kill. Kill.
I found the body of Marion Strieber in her bedroom, a bullet hole through her heart. Then later...
Through her heart, Inspector?
That's right, Mr. Strieber. The coroner just gave me his report a few minutes ago. The bullet went right through her heart, causing instant death.
Poor Marion.
I'm sorry to have to ask you questions at a time like this, Mr. Strieber, but...
Of course, Inspector. Anything.
There were no fingerprints on the gun except those of your wife. However, there's a question of a letter. Miss Talbot said Mrs. Strieber dictated it to her last evening. Correct, Miss Talbot?
That's right, Inspector.
Do you recognize this letter, Mr. Strieber? I, Marion Strieber, hereby declare in the event of my suicide within 48 hours that I bequeath the sum of $40,000 to my husband.
Well, of course I recognize it, Inspector, but it was just a joke, a bet, a wager. Surely you can't think that
A rather odd sort of joke, Mr. Strieber.
Well, let me explain. Marion wouldn't produce my play. She thought the idea behind it inconceivable, a man talking a woman into suicide. So I made a wager with her. I thought by infiltrating Marion's mind with the lines of the play, she'd get to like it and produce it. It's the truth, I swear.
But not the whole truth, Inspector.
I never thought she'd really do it, I tell you. It was a joke. I just read the play to her, that's all.
Inspector, Mrs. Strieber wouldn't commit suicide. She wasn't the kind of a person who would commit suicide.
Inspector, I think I'm qualified to know my wife's mental attitude and character better than her secretary.
She was a sane, strong-minded person. I tell you, she wouldn't kill herself.
Marion was depressed lately. She seemed to be brooding about something. She was morose and unhappy.
That's not true.
What are you trying to do, Nora? Pin this on me? Incidentally, I noticed your bags were packed. Perhaps to make a quick getaway? Were you perhaps leaving the scene of the crime?
I was going to leave this morning, Inspector. Mrs. Strieber asked me to because we had a disagreement about that wager. I told her something disastrous would come of it. I was right.
However, Miss Talbot, there is no additional evidence to prove the fact that Mrs. Strieber was killed by anyone but herself.
Then there won't be an inquest?
I'm so upset by this whole thing. I just can't believe
There's no need to bother you anymore, Mr. Strieber, or you, Miss Talbot. There will be no inquest. I am entering the verdict as suicide.
The case was closed. The verdict was suicide. And I left Dunning Mansion. But as the days passed, I knew no peace. The shot I heard that fatal night tormented me, and the voices and the peculiar circumstances which surrounded Mrs. Strieber's suicide. I knew there must be some way, some clue, something I could find that would prove to the police that Mrs. Strieber was murdered. So one night, about 3 weeks later, I decided to return to Dunning Mansion to look for additional evidence.
Oh, Miss Nora. Well, good evening.
Good evening, Tompkins.
Mr. Strieber isn't in, miss.
I left some of my things here, Tompkins. I thought I might...
Certainly, Miss Nora. Come right in. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, Tompkins. How is everything?
Quite different without Mrs. Strieber here. It was very sad, Miss Nora.
Yes, it was. Very.
She was a fine lady. And very fond of you, miss. If ever I can do anything for you...
That's very kind of you, Tompkins. I'd better get my things. I guess they're still upstairs. Oh, you don't have to bother, Tompkins. I know the way.
Of course, miss.
I went straight upstairs to Strieber's room. I opened the door and walked in. I felt that somehow, here in this room, I'd find the answer to the questions that were in my mind. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I determined to uncover every possibility. I looked everywhere, but I found nothing. I was about to leave when I noticed an old book partially hidden in the magazine rack. It was a very old volume of plays, with a bookmark at a certain page. I opened it there, and the title of the play was Talked to Death, the same as Strieber's. I thumbed through the pages. There was the suicide plot, the wager, even the letter. I, Evelyn Forbes, declare in the event of my suicide within 48 hours that I bequeath the sum of $40,000 to my husband. It was exactly the same as Strieber's play, word for word, only this had been written more than 30 years ago. The pieces of the puzzle clicked neatly together. I finally found the answer to the riddle of Marion Dunning's murder.
Well, Nora?
Wallace Strieber.
Yes. Wallace Strieber. Is it too presumptuous of me if I ask what you're doing here?
enough to read your play.
I see. You went through my things quite thoroughly.
I thought...
You thought you'd look around. And you found the book.
Yes. You plagiarize admirably, Mr. Strieber. Better than anyone I know.
Since you're so very much interested in my play...
Your play? You mean the play you copied word for word?
Too much knowledge can be very dangerous, Nora.
Also very helpful. Like finding out that you never intended to have a play produced at all. You copied this only as an excuse for murder. A frame-up to get your wife to write a suicide note so you could murder her and get away with $40,000.
Sit down, Nora. Since you're so interested in my play, we're going to read it together.
No, I'm leaving.
Nora, I said sit down. There. Sir. Now we'll run through the big scene. Go ahead, Nora. You start from here.
Why are you trying to mesmerize me into suicide? I've been half out of my mind.
Go ahead, Nora.
Half out of my mind since I agreed to act as your guinea pig.
Heaven, now. You were trying to help me accomplish something that no psychiatrist has ever done before in medical history. To prove that a man can have enough influence over a woman to persuade her to kill herself.
Let's drop the whole thing, Roger.
Look, dearest, we'll end the joke right now. You write out a suicide note as a topper, and we'll all have a laugh. Here's a pen and some paper. Now, write this. I have decided to kill myself. Life no longer holds any meaning for me.
No longer holds any meaning for me.
Now sign it.
Evelyn. There. That's over.
Yes. It is.
That's not the next line, Mr. Strieber.
No. The next line is, I'm going to have to kill you. I'm going to have to kill you, Nora.
And then...
Easy, Miss Talbot, easy. It's all right. You don't have to say any more. I can finish it from there, Johnson.
Yes, Inspector.
Miss Talbot screamed. A shot rang out. But this time it was the killer who was killed. Tompkins, the butler, having overheard the conversation, telephoned in time for this office to apprehend Wallace Strieber and close the case.
Inspector,
It's all right, Miss Talbot. Everything's all right. Wallace Strieber is dead. He's committed his last murder.
shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
The Diary of Fate. Fate plays no favorites. It could happen to you. Book 96, page 831, in the Diary of Fate. Yes, here it is. The name, Lloyd Mawson. Occupation, junior executive. Yet, Lloyd, in spite of the promising position you hold with the thriving Barnes Trucking Corporation, you are a failure. You are convinced that the ledgers of life are carelessly audited and that your failure can only be attributed to an unequal distribution of fortune's bounty. But now, Lloyd Mawson, I, fate, intervene. And because of two little things, the lack of a coin and an innocent gust of wind, your life soon will be utterly destroyed. Take heed, you who listen, for in a moment it will be time for a further entry under the name Lloyd Mawson. And when I have written, I will read from his record in the Diary of Fate. Record of Lloyd Mawson now lies open before me. And for a moment, I, fate, look ahead to a single instant of horror.
Give me that gun. Give it to me. No. Give it here. Give me the gun. Now, Charlie, you're not going to make any phone calls.
Yes. In the life of Lloyd Mawson, a grim decision was made. And a life was taken. Yet in the last analysis, it was something small and seemingly insignificant that determined the inevitable outcome. It is ever thus. Little things, yes. Yet these are the tools which I, fate, employ. I have no alternative. See, it's all part of a plan. And once set in motion, nothing, not even I, fate, can alter its inevitable course. Remember, Lloyd Mawson, how it all started? You were late for a luncheon appointment when you stopped at a telephone to call and explain your delay.
I beg your pardon, sir. Do you happen to have change if I have... Well, Jim, huh? Jim Wyatt.
Why, Lloyd Mawson. Well, this is a surprise. I thought you were still in Chicago.
That didn't pan out. Ran into some bad luck. I'm with another outfit now, a junior executive job.
But you, Jim, you certainly look successful enough.
Oh, well, can't complain, Lloyd. Yes, things really have been breaking pretty nicely for me. Say, how about having lunch with me at my club?
Well, I'd love to, Jim, but I have an appointment with my girlfriend, and I'm late already. Oh, why don't you join us? You've never met Christine.
Well, I'm sorry, Lloyd. I'd like to, but I have a business appointment. But look, let's make it for cocktails later after work, huh? How about the Colony House?
All right, Jim. I'll see you there at 5:30.
Yes, because of a little thing. The lack of a coin. You, Lloyd Mawson, met an old friend. And a half hour later, as you ate lunch with Christine, the picture of the prosperous Jim Wyatt was still in your mind.
After all, Lloyd, dear, you've only been with Mr. Barnes for 3 months now. You can't expect miracles in that short a time.
Miracles? Christine, in the past week, I've contacted 2 new clients. Good ones. And what happened? As usual, my luck was rotten.
But, Lloyd, you've got to be patient. Everyone gets bad breaks. It's only a matter of holding on, picking it up. Oh, I'm sure of it, darling.
Ah, that storybook, rags to riches stuff makes me sick.
Oh, all right, but it's just as wrong to spend more time worrying about your luck than you do about the work in front of you.
I'm not so sure of that. Now, you take that Jim Wyatt I ran into.
Oh, Lloyd, please. You've told me twice already what he was wearing, an expensive suit and a hand-painted tie.
The point is that a year ago, Jim Wyatt was just a penny-ante real estate salesman. Then he happened to talk to the right man. A month later, Christine, he was in the chips.
Very well, so he was lucky. We all get some good tips and a few bad ones, too. But no one can afford to sit like ours waiting for Lady Luck to smile. It just doesn't work that way, Lloyd.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Barnes?
Oh, yes, Mawson. Sit down. Mawson, losing the DeLeon account isn't really your fault. It's just a matter of, well, I'd say it's...
Bad luck, Mr. Barnes?
Yes, that's it exactly. Of course, you're not to give up now. Remember, my boy, you sold Mr. DeLeon on using our trucks in the first place. The fact that his firm had other reverses is no reflection on your ability. There'll be other clients along, better ones.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else, Mr. Barnes?
No, I don't believe... Oh, yes, one thing, Mawson. I've already told the others. If you ever have occasion to work here at night, notify me beforehand. Be sure the office is closed when you leave.
Oh, has there been any trouble in the neighborhood, Mr. Barnes?
2 or 3 robberies in the past month or so. I'm worried about that $5,000 payroll.
But we're paid by check.
Well, not the truck drivers and freight handlers. They come in for cash every Friday morning. Payroll is put in the safe Thursday afternoon, so Miss Woodhouse can pay the men at 8 the next morning, before the bank opens. But just to be doubly sure, the insurance company had me change the combination today.
Oh, I see, Mr. Barnes. Well, if I'm here in the evening, I'll be certain the place is locked up tight before I leave.
Fine. Oh, and about that DeLeon account again, Mawson. Remember, my boy, you did gain a lot of experience.
Yes, you had gained experience, Lloyd. And according to Mr. Barnes and Christine, that was a great asset. More important than money in the bank. But when you met Jim Wyatt that afternoon at the bar in the Colony House, you knew that nothing meant more to you than money.
So it's just hard for me to believe you're the same fellow I knew a year ago, Jim. How'd you do it?
Well, Lloyd, when the opportunity comes along, I grab it. Ask questions later.
Yeah, I figure the same way, but
but for you, the opportunity hasn't come along. Until now.
Until now? What do you mean, Jim?
Running into me was a good thing for you. Look, Lloyd, I'm no fool. My present job is all right, but it's small time. Why, for every dollar I make, the boss gets 50. I've served my apprenticeship, and now I'm ready to go into business for Jim Wyatt.
Doing what, Jim?
Same thing, real estate. I've already incorporated the Wyatt Land Development Company. It'll cost me, $50,000 to bring all the loose ends together. But inside of a year, or maybe even less, it'll be worth 5 times that figure.
But where do I come in?
Well, I could sort of use an assistant, junior partner. I like you, Lloyd. I've always liked you. And if you're the smart boy that I once knew, we ought to go places together. If not, well, my mistake. It'll cost you $10,000 for a quarter interest. If it's no go, you take your money out with you.
$10,000.
Yeah. Can't you raise that kind of money?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure I can. Well, it may take a little time, but I'll have that money.
One way or another, you, Lloyd, had to get money. But you knew that even with your savings, you could only manage $4,000, possibly $5,000. And the fear of missing an opportunity to join Jim Wyatt in business closed your mind to everything else. At your desk the next afternoon, you were unmindful of your job until Mr. Barnes called you into his office.
Mr. Barnes?
Oh, yes, Mawson. It's about the Adams packing account. You know, we've been trying to land them for a long time now. Mawson, did you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir. The Adams packing account.
Now, I'll admit there's only a remote possibility of your getting them, but I think it's worth the try. There's a handsome commission in it, you know. Now, let's see. I have the file number someplace. Oh, yes, on my memo pad. Now, here you are. Miss Woodhouse can get the folder for you from the file. And don't forget, Mawson, this may be the chance you've been waiting for.
This could be the opportunity you had been waiting for, Lloyd. But as you returned to your office, you were restless and warm as you stared vacantly out of the window and at the city beyond. Finally, you opened the window, and at that moment, Lloyd Mawson, fate again intervened, and in your life another little thing happened. An innocent gust of wind swept across your desk, and the memorandum that Mr. Barnes had given you drifted to the floor. You picked up the paper, and then, Lloyd, you stopped and stared in frozen fascination.
Right, close, left, 61. Right, 0. The combination. Combination to the safe.
As you held the slip of paper against the sunlight, Lloyd, you could plainly see the impression that had been made by someone writing on your employer's memo pad. Instantly, you recalled Mr. Barnes speaking of a new combination for the safe. The safe that held $5,000 every Thursday night. For a moment, you continued to stare at the paper. Then you moved quickly.
Jim, this is Lloyd Mawson. I'll have that money all right, Jim. I'll have it by the first of the week.
Because of two little things, Lloyd. The lack of a coin which led you to Jim Wyatt, and a gust of wind by which fate caused you to discover the combination of Mr. Barnes' safe, you had come to a decision. A decision for evil. Now the plan was set in motion. And soon, Lloyd Mawson, I will write another entry under your name in the Diary of Fate. Yes, Lloyd Mawson. To the simple lack of a coin, the sudden gust of wind, you were given the opportunity for decision. And you chose for evil. And even now, as you outlined a scheme for action, a scheme in which the creation of a false alibi was the key, a chain of circumstances had begun to encircle you. But you were not aware of this as the next morning you stopped by Christine's office.
Lloyd.
Christine, I'm going to have a new job soon. A good one.
Oh, that's wonderful, Lloyd. So Mr. Barnes finally decided...
No, it's got nothing to do with Barnes. I told you my luck was due for a change.
Well, I don't understand, Lloyd.
I'm going into partnership with Jim Wyatt on a land development deal. But we have to keep it quiet for a while.
Partnership? But won't that take a lot of money?
Well, no, not for me. You see, Jim's putting up all the money. I'm coming in to run it. Isn't that great?
Oh, yes, I guess so. I hope it's the right thing.
You bet it is. I'm sick and tired of waiting around, honey. I'm going to make this the right thing, and I'm going to start tonight.
That, Lloyd, was the first step in building your alibi. The alibi essential to your plan. After arranging to meet Christine early that night, you returned to your office. There, another little thing happened. When you picked up the telephone, it was busy. You were about to switch to another line when the words you heard stopped you.
Well, my dear, you simply have to apologize for me. I can't possibly be home time for dinner. I'll be tied up with cards at the club all week.
Quietly, you replaced the telephone. Yes, Lloyd, Mr. Barnes himself had given you the cue for the second step in your alibi. You thought quickly, outlined the conversation in your mind, and a few minutes later, you knocked on the door of Mr. Barnes' private office.
Come in. Well, Mawson, come in. I was just going to call you about that Adams account.
Oh, fine, sir. I hope I'll be able to sign them up soon.
I'm sure you will, Mawson. You've run into a lot of bad luck lately. I want you to know that I'm aware of it. It's not all your fault.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Just remember, it takes time to get started. If you're patient and keep plugging, I think you'll do all right with this company. Matter of fact, I'd like to get together with you some evening and kind of talk things over.
Well, that's a fine idea, Mr. Barnes. Why, I'd like very much to have you over to my place. How about tonight?
Why, sorry, but I can't tonight.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm going to be home all evening, and I just thought, well, maybe next week then, huh?
Yes. Another brick was added to the structure of your alibi, Lloyd Mawson. Now all that remained was the one all-important piece that would hold everything together. You bought a newspaper, opened it to the radio guide, and checked the programs that were scheduled from 8 to 10 o'clock that evening. You found one. A music show called Lucky 12. You left the office, and a few minutes later, you entered the lobby of the radio station.
Afternoon, sir. May I help you?
Well, perhaps you can. I'm very interested in a musical program called Lucky 12.
Oh, yes, sir. Very popular these days. I'm sorry, but all the tickets are gone. Would you care to see any of us?
No, you don't understand. I don't want to see it. I want to tune in on it at home. But I wonder if it's possible to get a list of the selections that are going to be played. You see,
yes, sir. I think I can get that for you. Just a moment, please. Hello, Shirley. This is the reception. Say, there's a gentleman here who wants a list of the selections to be played on Lucky 12 tonight. Can you get it for me? Oh, fine. Yeah, I'll tell him to wait. They'll bring a copy of the list down in a few minutes, sir, if you care to wait.
Well, thank you, I will. Thank you very much. Well, that feel like a heel breaking up your evening night this way, Christine.
Oh, well, don't. I'm delighted, really. It's good to see you so enthusiastic about your work, Lloyd.
Well, the job's going to be hard at first. Lots of nights like this one. And I'll have to go home early and work all by myself. You aren't going to mind too much, are you?
Oh, of course not. Oh, don't bother coming to the door, Lloyd. You go on home and get started.
All right, darling. But look, call me tonight and give me a pep talk, will you? It'll be a good break for me. Say about 8:30.
Okay. I'll call at 8:30 sharp. And if you're asleep, Mr. Mawson, there's going to be trouble.
Asleep? Don't you worry about that. I'd pull my car into the corner there, John, and you can park here.
Okay, thanks, Lloyd.
I'm not going out tonight anyway, so I don't mind being wedged in. That's right, Mrs. Murphy. Going to spend the whole evening just listening to the radio and catching up on my back work. A ticket to the fights? Well, thanks, Mrs. Potter, but I'm staying home tonight. Got some work I have to get done.
Now you were ready, Lloyd. Nothing had been overlooked. At 8 o'clock, you switched on your radio and found the Lucky 12 program. The first song checked with the title on your list. Quickly, then, you took the telephone off the hook and laid it on the table. Then you slipped into the deserted hall and down the back stairs to the basement. You went to the delivery door, stepped outside, and wedged the door catch open with a piece of cardboard. Walked to your office, keeping on the back street. It was 8:32 when you entered a nearby telephone booth and called Christine.
Lloyd, I just tried to tell you about this.
Yeah, I know. I've been tied up in a long conversation about this new deal. That's why I called you. I figured you'd be trying to reach me. Pretty good. Well, say, there's a fine musical program on the radio now. Lucky 12, it's called. Why don't you get it? Well, let's see. About 900 someplace, it looks like from here. It's on until 10. If you're still up when it's over, call me back.
Yes, Lloyd, by 10 o'clock it would be all over. And you would have the money you wanted so desperately. You went up to your office and let yourself in. In a matter of minutes, you had opened the safe, removed the money, and closed it again. It was then that you heard a key turn in the lock. Panic-stricken, you crammed the money into your pockets as the door opened.
It's you, Mr. Mawson.
Huh? Why, yes, Charlie.
Hey.
You gave me quite a start slipping up like that.
Yeah, I didn't see you come in. Didn't know who you was. Work kind of late, aren't you, Mr. Mawson?
Well, I just dropped in to pick up some papers I forgot this afternoon.
Oh, you did?
It's all right, isn't it, Charlie?
Oh, sure, Jack. I had orders not to let nobody in tonight. Nothing's been said to you. Well, be on the safe side. You don't mind if I call Mr. Barnes and tell him you. Orders, you know.
What? No, Charlie. Of course I won't mind. I won't mind at all.
Mr. Mawson, no, you don't now. Here, stop that.
Give me that gun. Give it to me. Give it here, I say. Now, Charlie, you're not going to make any phone calls.
Yes, Lloyd. The night watchman was dead. For a stunned instant, you stared at his body. Then you ran. Later, unseen, you slipped quietly into your own apartment. Yes, Lloyd Mawson, you were safe, and you had an alibi. A good one. For from the list of music you had memorized, you knew what had been playing on the radio all the time you were gone. Now, Lloyd, there was nothing to worry about. But lest you who listen think that fate is unjust, a conspirator in crime, in a few moments it will be time for the final entry under the name Lloyd Mawson. When I have written, I will read from his record in the Diary of Fate. Lloyd, when you got back to your apartment, you felt you were safe, that nothing could go wrong. You had an alibi because you knew every piece of music that had been played on your radio while you were away. Hurriedly, you took off your coat and hat and put on a dressing robe. And as you were lighting your pipe, the insistent knock you had anticipated came to the door.
Mr. Barnes, this is a pleasant...
This isn't a social call, Mawson. Something terrible has happened. The night watchman was killed and the office safe for up to $5,000.
What? Good Lord, when did it happen, sir?
Not over half an hour ago. The police say it was an inside job, Mawson. They're checking on the whole office staff. Have you been home here all evening?
Well, yes, sir, I have. I've been listening to the radio, the program that's on now, Lucky 12, for the past hour.
Can you prove it?
Well, I can name the songs they've played so far.
And outlines Lucky 12, the program that brings results to all the brings wealth and gold cash. One lucky member of our audience. It's the Lucky 12 jackpot. And now, we've selected 12 names at random from the phone book of the entire nation, and here we go. Stand by your phones, everyone. The first name is from right here in Los Angeles. It's Mr. Lloyd Mawson.
Why,
yes, sir, Mr. Mawson.
Why, that's you, Lloyd. They're calling you.
Calling me?
Mawson's home stands to $55,000. The phone is ringing now. All we need to know is a simple answer to our jackpot.
Well, go on, man. Answer it. This is one night it really paid you to stay home and listen to the radio.
Yes, boss. Forget... Hello? Lloyd Mawson speaking.
Hello, Mr. Mawson. This is Lucky 12 calling. You've been listening to our program. You'll know tonight's jackpot question. Just tell me the answer to our jackpot question on the Constitution of the United States. Well, sir, you know the answer?
Well, I'm afraid I...
What's the matter, Mawson? Don't you know what the question is? Well, tell me the question. Maybe I know the answer.
Sorry, sir. Our time is up. Too bad you weren't listening to our show. Tonight's Lucky 12 jackpot question is worth $5,000.
Yes, Lloyd. What might have been your good fortune instead became the instrument of your destruction. And now you sit in a prison cell, awaiting execution for murder. And now it is time to close the book. Another entry has been duly noted on the pages of eternity. In the case of Lloyd Mawson, as in the cases of all mortals, I, Fate, am but the instrument of a plan. And the countless little things that happen in your lives are the tools with which I work. Through the simple lack of a coin and a sudden gust of wind, Lloyd Mawson chose for evil, and the end for him was death. Now the plan is finished, complete. Ponder well the morrow, you who listen, and remember, there is a page for you in the Diary of Fate.
The cast included Herbert Lytton, Tyler McVeigh, Bob Lowry, Jerry Hausner, Joan Barton, Ray Erlenborn, Ivan Ditmars, and Hal Sawyer. Diary of Fate is a Larry Finley transcription, brought to you from Hollywood.
now. The Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Black Figurine of Death.
Is that you, David? Yes, I heard a shot.
So did we.
I thought it was one of you.
It was Sawyer.
He came out late tonight. I found him out in the mausoleum about an hour ago.
Here's his room.
Try the door. It's open.
Oh, he's on the floor.
Is he?
Yes. He's dead.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present the Black Figurine of Death. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Black Figurine of Death.
Through all the years of man's existence, no matter what he has learned or been taught from generation to generation, still he carries in the innermost depths of his mind a certain fear of the darkness, a fear of the night, which is somehow associated with death, and which in actuality is the fear of death itself. Each of us in his lifetime will probably come in contact with some psychic phenomenon, either directly or indirectly through the experience of a relative or acquaintance. An experience never to be forgotten. And about such an experience is my story tonight. I was there with the others the night he died. We stood at the foot of the bed, Joyce and Harold and I. Amos Jansen's head was cushioned on a pillow, and in his hand he held a little figurine. You sent for us, Uncle Amos?
Of course I did. Otherwise you wouldn't be here in my room, Harold.
No, Uncle Amos is no...
Be quiet. Be quiet, all of you. You're here too, David.
Yes, sir,
I didn't ask for a speech, young man. I'll do the talking if you don't mind. I must speak to all of you while I still have time.
Why don't you rest, Uncle Amos?
Rest? You'd like to see that, wouldn't you, Joyce? David? Harold? What? No answer from any of you? I know why you can't say anything. Because it's the truth.
Now, see here, Uncle Amos.
Don't listen to me, young man. These last years of my life, you've all left me alone. You've had more important things to do. That is, until tonight. Tonight you're all here because you know I'm dying. You've come here like a pack of wolves, waiting for me to die, waiting for your chance to inherit my estate.
Oh, that's not true, Uncle Amos.
Oh, isn't it? I think it is. Don't worry. You'll inherit the estate, the three of you. But in the end, you'll wish you never had.
What do you mean, Uncle Amos?
That though I die, you'll see me again. All of you who've hated me. And you'll know of my presence when you see this.
That's just a little figurine, Uncle Amos.
You'll wish you'd never seen it before I'm through. You'll wish that you'd never known me, that you'd never been born. Before you die, you'll all learn what fear is. You'll learn how it feels to be... to be... alone.
Uncle Amos.
He's dead, Joyce.
Oh, no. Oh, no, he can't be.
He's dead, all right.
What's that?
Something dropped out of his hand. Why? It's the little figurine. The little figurine lay there on the floor. It had fallen from Uncle Amos's hand just as he died. And when it struck the floor, it had broken into 3 pieces. I picked them up and held them in my hand. The pieces fitted together perfectly, much like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. It was a queer little figure, its arms raised in supplication, a look of fear upon its face. There was something frightening about it. 3 days later, Uncle Amos was buried in the family mausoleum at the north end of the estate. A week after that, we had gathered again in the library of the old house with Carl Sawyer, the executor of the estate.
As you know, your uncle appointed me as executor of the estate and left instructions that the 3 main heirs, 10 days following his demise, be gathered together in this house for a reading of the will.
You told us that earlier, Mr. Sawyer.
So I did. Are you all seated comfortably?
Quite comfortably, Mr. Sawyer.
It's a rather long will, you know. Now, I shall begin. I, Amos Johnson, being of sound mind and body, do make, ordain, and publish this instrument as my last will and testament.
Mr. Sawyer, why don't you just tell us about the will?
That's a rather unusual procedure, David.
Well, David's right, Mr. Sawyer. It'll save a lot of time and trouble.
Well, perhaps you're right. Let me see. Now, referring to the disposition of the monies and property, it's to be divided equally amongst the 3 of you. Of course, there are certain gifts to the servants.
Naturally.
Yes, naturally. There is a considerable amount of money to be divided, even after taxes. Each of you will be independent for life.
I can't understand Uncle Amos willing us the entire estate. The night he died...
Contrary to what you may think, your Uncle Amos was really quite fond of you.
Is that all to the will, Mr. Sawyer?
No. Of course, you realize that if one of you were to die, his or her share of the estate would be divided between the 2 remaining heirs. And there is one other proviso which I cannot quite understand.
Yes?
Your uncle made one condition referring to the disposition of the monies. Let me see if I can find that. Yes. Here it is. May I read it, please? The heirs are to reside in the family house on the estate for a period of 1 year. If this is not done, their claim to the estate is to be nullified, and they are to be left without a penny. Unfortunately, they were present very infrequently during the last years of my life.
That's a rather strange provision.
Yes, isn't it? However, as executor of your uncle's will, it is up to me to make sure the provisions are carried out. And believe me, I feel a deep sense of duty to your late uncle.
The 4 of us discussed the will until the early hours of the morning. We persuaded Sawyer to spend the night with us, to return to the city in the morning. The house became quite silent, and the only sound I heard was the ticking of the clock on my dresser. I wondered about the provision of the will in which Uncle Amos ordered that we make our residence in his house. I was lying awake in bed thinking of that when... Standing outside my door in the hallway was the housekeeper.
Mr. David?
Yes, Emily?
I found this in my bedroom tonight.
Oh, let me see it.
Here.
Mm-hmm. It's a little black figurine, just like the one my uncle had. You can have it back now, Emily.
It frightened me, so I came to you, Mr. David.
How do you think it got there, Emily?
Well, there's something strange going on in this house, Mr. David. And I have an idea. I know who's in bed.
Who's talking out there? Oh, it's you, David. And Emily. You're up rather late, aren't you?
Yes, Mr. Sawyer. I was just going to bed. If you'll excuse me.
Good night, Emily.
Good night, sir. I'll see you in the morning.
Well, I suppose I'd better get back to bed, too. Good night, David.
Good night, Mr. Sawyer. I watched him go back into his room. Then I turned and went back into mine. Emily had been on the point of saying something to me. Something that was important enough to her to make a special trip to my room. I got back into bed and wondered what she'd wanted to tell me. Little by little, sleep clouded my brain. And I was half asleep.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Black Figurine of Death.
I had been just on the point of falling asleep.
Sawyer, I heard someone scream. So did I, David.
I don't know if I heard something.
I know I did. There's David and Mr. Sawyer. Maybe they can tell us what happened. Did you two hear anything? It was a scream. First, I thought it might have been you, Joyce. I think it came from the servants' quarters. Emily.
What did you say, David?
It'll keep. Come on. Do you think it was the housekeeper, David? It has to be.
Maybe she was just startled or something.
Well, we'll see in a moment.
No, that's your room, just down the hall.
I hope it's nothing serious. It was serious enough to make her scream. Emily! Emily, is anything wrong?
Well, try the door, David.
Right. It's unlocked. The light's on in there. She's not in bed. She's...
Oh, on the floor.
Maybe she fainted. No. She's dead. And look, right beside her, there's a little broken black figurine.
Though the police came out and went over everything, there were no clues to follow. They said that Emily had been strangled, but there was nothing to indicate who might have done it. The police continued their investigation for almost a month. But at the end of that time, all they could write down in their case book was murder unsolved. One evening, about 6 weeks after Emily's death, Harold, Joyce, and I were in the living room. The police said they'd never be able to find out who did it unless something new turned up, and it probably won't.
Oh, the whole thing frightens me. I still remember Uncle Amos's dying words. That though I die, you'll see me again. All of you who have hated me. And you'll know of my presence when you see this. Oh, it makes me shudder every time I think of it.
I've been thinking about what he said, too, Joyce. I wonder if he could come back.
You mean come back after death?
Yes.
Don't be a fool, Harold. Once a man dies, he's dead.
Is he? I'm not so sure of that.
You shouldn't talk that way, Harold. It's frightening.
Would you come out with me to the mausoleum, Dave?
Why?
I don't know. I just want to check, that's all.
Well, I don't think either of you should go.
I'll go, Harold.
Well, I won't.
That's all right, Joyce. No one expects you to. All right, David, let's go.
I've always had an interest in the supernatural, David. You know, there's certain things that happen, psychic phenomena, which have no normal or natural explanation.
I've never seen any.
Nor have I. But what's to say that Uncle Amos can't return? Oh, you have the key?
Yeah.
Open the door. It's a good thing we brought these flashlights.
Yes, it's pretty dark in there. Shall we go in?
I guess so. I still don't see any reason for coming in here, Harold.
There may not be. Then again,
He's in that crypt over there. Nothing's been disturbed in here. It looks just like it did the day he was placed here.
just a minute.
This wasn't here the day he was buried. What?
This?
That's strange. I didn't see that when I came in.
You probably weren't looking over there. I wasn't either.
Another little black figurine. Broken just like the others. It gave me an eerie sensation. The little figure was broken into 3 pieces. I looked at Harold. He seemed to be as afraid as I was. We locked up the mausoleum again and went back to the house. By that time, I began to wonder if perhaps Uncle Amos was striking back at us from beyond the grave. We said goodnight about 11 and retired to our rooms. I couldn't get to sleep. I'd fall into a half doze and then snap out of it again. I felt as if someone were watching me. That there were unseen eyes in the dark waiting for me to fall asleep. I knew it was only my imagination, yet that feeling would not go away. About 3 o'clock, I got out of bed. I decided to return to the mausoleum. As I went out front door, I noticed a light drizzle had sprung up. Something drew me toward the mausoleum, a compulsion, an inner force over which I had absolutely no control. I walked slowly up the gravel walk leading to the mausoleum, not even noticing the light rain which fell on me. When I was close enough to see the doorway, I received a distinct shock. For the door was open, and there was a circle of light behind it. I walked to the door. I tried to get through the door quietly. I jarred it a little, and the noise made the man inside whirl around. In his hand, he held a gun.
David! What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question, Mr. Sawyer.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Black Figurine of Death.
I had gone into the mausoleum. Standing there with a gun in his hand was the executor of the estate, Carl Sawyer.
David! What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question, Mr. Sawyer.
I began to wonder. I don't believe in people coming back after they die, but...
Is that the reason for the gun?
I didn't know what I'd find. I wanted to be safe, that's all. Now that I see it's you, I'll put it back in my pocket. By the way, David, what are you doing out here?
I was restless. Harold thinks everything that's happened has some supernatural significance. All his talk made me nervous.
I see. And do you think that there is something supernatural about the way Emily died?
I don't know, Mr. Sawyer. I just don't know. Sawyer and I returned to the house. I asked him to spend the remainder of the night with us. Besides, I wanted to keep an eye on him. I didn't feel much like sleeping, so I went down to the library, picked out a book, and sat down to read.
David?
Yes?
Mr. Sawyer told me you were down here. What's the matter?
I can't sleep.
David, I talked to Mr. Sawyer for almost 10 minutes. He said he thinks that you're in back of everything.
What did you say to that?
I told him I thought he was wrong.
Thanks for your confidence, Joyce.
The more I think about it, the more I think that Harold's right in what he says.
You mean that Uncle Amos has come back to life?
Yes.
I'd keep an eye on Sawyer if I were you.
Do you think he's in back of it?
I'm not sure.
But you must have some reason for it.
I went out to the mausoleum tonight about an hour ago. Sawyer was out there. He had a gun in his hand.
He told me he was just curious.
Why should he suddenly get curious at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, it does seem rather odd that he...
No!
Yeah.
Stay away from me! I don't want to move! Stay away from me!
That was Sawyer. Come on.
We couldn't have him again. It just couldn't.
We'll see. That you, David? Yes. I heard a shot.
So did we.
I thought it was one of you.
Sawyer.
He came out late tonight. I found him out in the mausoleum about an hour ago.
Here's his room.
Try the door. It's open.
On the floor.
Is he? Yes. He's dead. Sawyer lay there on the floor, sprawled in the grotesque position of death. By one outstretched hand was a gun, and by the other, broken into 3 pieces, was a little black figurine. Harold called the police. They said they'd be out as soon as they could. The 3 of us went downstairs to the living room. I was right. It is Uncle Amos who's behind it.
It must be. There's no other explanation.
I told you before that there are certain things which can never be explained. The deaths of Emily and Sawyer prove that.
You don't still think that Sawyer was in back of it, do you, David?
Hardly. Will or no will, I'm leaving here now. I'm not going to stay around here and be killed like the others. I'm going upstairs and back. I'll be down in a while.
I'm going to leave too, David. What about you?
I don't know. Still can't make myself believe.
David!
Stay here.
Oh, no, I'll go with you. If Harold's dead,
He has to be all right. Harold! Harold!
Doesn't answer.
Harold! Where are you?
Harold! Harold, answer us!
His door's open.
He'll be dead. He'll be dead just like the others.
No, Joyce, he's not here.
The mausoleum. Uncle Amos came and took him back to the mausoleum.
We went into Sawyer's room. Harold wasn't there, nor was Sawyer's gun. I supposed that Harold had picked it up on his way to the room. I decided to go out to the mausoleum to see if Joyce was right, to see if Harold's dead body would be found there. Joyce wouldn't remain in the house alone, so together we started out through the rain-filled night.
Why don't we wait until the police come, Dave?
If this is something supernatural, then they wouldn't be able to help us anyway.
David.
What's the matter?
The mausoleum door's open.
You can stay here if you want. I'm going in.
I'll go with you.
Stay close to me, Joyce.
I will. I don't like it in here, David.
Neither do I. But you're going to remain here for some time.
That was Harold's voice.
That's right. But turn the flashlight on. You can see me then.
But we thought you...
Dead? Hardly. But you two will be very soon.
Here's a gun, David.
That's right, Sawyer's gun. Plan this very carefully, David. When the police arrive, they'll find the three of you dead, and I'll be wounded. Tell them that Sawyer was behind it all, that he killed both of you out here, and that he came into the house searching for me. There was a fight. The gun went off. And he died.
Then you killed Emily and Sawyer?
Yes. Going to kill both of you, too. You don't think I believed all that hokum I fed you about Uncle Amos coming back, do you? Of course not. It served its purpose. And now you'll serve yours.
Hell, look out and back us.
How stupid do you think I am?
Uncle Amos is coughing and slipping.
Get out of the way, Hell.
Get out of the way!
He's dead, Joyce.
Uncle Amos.
What did you say?
Remember what Uncle Amos said when he was dying? That he'd come back and settle with us. The coffin. I wonder if it was just an accident that it slipped out of the crypt. Or whether Uncle Amos really did come back.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit.
Ghost story. Weird story. Murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Ah. You heard the story, the Blackness of Terror, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
It was 1 week ago today that Paul and I received a telegram about Papa. And since that hour, my life, my thoughts, my feelings have been deeply altered. I have learned the results of the blackness of terror, the hideousness of sin, and the horror of madness. On Wednesday last, about 10 p.m., a telegram was delivered to me. Who on earth can be sending me a wire?
Who else but your father?
But Papa always calls.
Well, before you open it, we're not going to Blue Acres this weekend. We haven't had one weekend to ourselves since we were married.
Oh, Paul, it is Papa.
I knew it.
No, you don't understand. Here.
Your father's seriously ill. Suggest you come at once. Dr. Laurie.
Papa.
Oh, now take it easy, Marlene.
He's never been ill a day in his life.
Your father's getting along in years, darling. You can't expect him not to have some bad days.
But Dr. Laurie says seriously ill, and he's usually terribly conservative. We must start at once. Oh, please understand me. I love my husband, Paul, very much. But up until the time I married, I had never left my father's side. We'd been inseparable. Ever since that dreadful morning when, as a little girl of 8 years, my papa had taken me on his lap, and after kissing me tenderly and brushing the curls back from my forehead, he had said,
Little doll, your papa has something very sad to tell you. But you must be very brave, my darling. Your mother has left us. She has written this note to inform us.
To Terence and Marlene. Life here at Blue Acres has grown intolerable for me. You're a little child, Marlene, and therefore I cannot explain some things to you. But Terence will know why I'm leaving. My little girl, try to think kindly of your mother. I would take you with me if I could, but that is impossible just now. Your father is a wealthy man, and he can give you fine things. I know at Blue Acres you will grow up to be a lady of whom I shall always be proud, and a daughter whom I will love forever.
Do not cry, my little doll. Had your mother loved you, she would never have left you. From this day forward, there'll be no mention of her name in this house. To us, she is dead.
It was some years later that I learned that my beautiful mother had left Papa and me and had run away with Philip Court, a chap the townspeople said was a worthless dauber in paint. Nothing was ever heard of my mother or him after they left Blue Acres. Nor did my father, Terence Lane, ever mention her name. He devoted his life to me. I had private tutors that came to Blue Acres to instruct me, the very best. Papa imported a master of the piano to teach me. We remained aloof from the world. The only woman in the household beside myself was Mrs. East. Father always did the cleaning of the house, for Blue Acres is filled with priceless treasures. And when I would laugh at him dusting, he would always remark,
Can't let her clumsy fingers touch this vase. It's worth $1,000 if it's worth a penny.
The years moved on, and I lived in a world of my father's creation, until this last summer when I was 21 years old. One glorious summer night when the moon made golden patterns on the terraced lawns of Blue Acres, and the waters of the colored fountains centered in the ground shot a million rainbow lights into the night, when the French doors of the music room were opened wide to let the cool night air enter in. I sat at the piano, playing the works of one of my favorite composers, Debussy. not fond of Debussy, and as soon as I began playing, he got up from his chair and went to his study. But the haunting melancholy of Debussy suited me. It was a background to my dreaming, and the somehow lonely feeling of my heart that was growing stronger as the years wore on, with only Papa for my companion. I went on playing. And then suddenly I was aware of the presence of another in the room. I felt it strongly even before I turned around.
Oh, please go on. It's beautiful. Suited to a night like this. Please.
I'm sorry, but I
don't be sorry. I'm the one who owes you an apology for my intrusion. I'm Paul Wilde. I'm spending my vacation at the Truesdales who live down the road a ways.
Oh, yes.
They told me there was a princess living at Blue Acres. But they didn't do you justice, young lady. No princess was ever quite so fair or lovely as you.
Please, Mr. Wilde.
The Truesdales also added that a dragon named Terence Lane guards the Princess Marlene with his life.
That was very unjust.
Really? Well, then, if you're not zealously guarded, how about taking a stroll with me? The night is wonderful. And if you're good, I'll reach up and pick you a necklace of stars to wear.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilde.
You won't go?
It's late.
And Papa would object?
No.
Well, then, with your kind permission, I'll call tomorrow afternoon to gain his consent for a date tomorrow night. Do I have your permission?
Well, yes.
Fine. Then do something for me now, will you?
If I can.
Play something for me as I walk away. Shall we have something light and joyous this time? Something more in tune with the happiness in store for you and me. I'll be listening for our theme song.
Paul Wilde. Only those deeply in love can understand what I mean when I say it was adoration on sight. I knew that from that second until eternity, there would be none other for me than Paul. And true to his word, he was at Blue Acres the next afternoon, asking Father's consent for an evening with me. I didn't hear their conversation, but I did hear from Papa later.
My dear, I'm an old man, wise in the ways of the world. I've spent my entire life protecting you from the vulgar of this world, the worthless. Had I protected your mother more carefully, there never would have been the scandal in this house caused by her treacherous act.
But Papa...
I have already called into the city. This Paul Wilde is nothing but a simple clerk with poor wages.
Is there never to be anyone for me?
Of course, when the time comes. But this is not the time.
I had never disobeyed my father, but I did so that night. I sent Paul a note, and we met at midnight in the gardens of Blue Acres.
My Marlene.
Say it again, Paul. It sounds so wonderful. I've never had anyone but Papa speak my name with love.
My Marlene. I have a lifetime of love to give you. A heart bursting with love for you. Do you love me, my darling?
Oh, yes, Paul.
Say it.
I love you. Oh, I love you.
And now say this. I love you enough to leave Blue Acres and marry you, Paul.
I love you enough to leave. Oh, Paul, I can't. I can't do that to Papa.
Must you give up your life to him?
No, but to leave him as Mother did.
Then will you let me go out of your life?
No. No. There were other surreptitious meetings. There were arguments, persuasions, protestations. But in the end, love won out. Paul and I ran away and were married. I will never forget the following day when Paul and I returned to face Father.
What is done cannot be undone.
Papa, you forgive me.
Yes, I forgive you.
Oh, Papa. Paul, isn't he wonderful?
You are the love of my life. And if Paul realizes this, he will not keep you absent from me for any long periods of time.
Of course not, Papa. Blue Acres will continue to be our home. But I hadn't reckoned with Paul when I made the statement. He would not quit work and live at Blue Acres off Papa's bounty, as he called it. So for the time being, we've been spending weekends at Blue Acres. At this moment, I felt a little resentful that Paul had taken me away from Papa. We arrived at Blue Acres, and Mrs. Eaton opened the door to us, just as dawn was breaking over Blue Acres.
Oh, at last you've arrived. Come in.
Papa?
Your father's a very sick man.
What is it, Mrs. Eaton?
I think, Miss Marlene, you should let Dr. Laurie explain.
Oh, here. I'll take the luggage upstairs.
I'll go to Father.
You'll find him in his study. Doctor had a bed set up in there where it's easier for me to care for him. Besides, he seems more content there.
Hasn't Dr. Laurie gotten a nurse for Papa?
We tried it, but he wouldn't have one. We'd better knock on the door. Doctor's in there with him now.
Come in.
Papa. I ran across the room to my father's bed. I looked down at him, and then in dismay at Dr. Laurie. For my father's face was a horrible sight, twisted and pulled out of shape. And his eyes, his burning eyes, they were staring at me wildly. I reached out for his hand and cried out to him, Papa! What is it, Dr. Laurie?
Stroke.
Oh, Papa, don't worry. Dr. Laurie will get you well again. Can you hear my voice?
I'm not quite sure this morning, but I think so. He does know who you are. Come outside with me, Marlene. I want to talk to you.
I'm going in the drawing room, Papa, to talk to Dr. Laurie. I'll be right back, and then I won't leave. I won't leave until you're well again. Come in the drawing room, Doctor. I should never have left him.
Fiddlesticks. You did the right thing.
But my marriage has brought this on. He loved me so, and I love him. He's been lost with me gone.
Marlene,
Dr. Laurie, his eyes.
Yes, my dear. I was just about to talk to you of this.
What is it?
I wish I knew. Your father is suffering from some terrible fear that I'm inclined to think is nothing to do with his fear of dying.
Has he said anything about it?
He can't speak. Only the guttural sounds you heard. He can't write. He can't lift his hands.
Oh, dreadful.
What that fear is, I don't know. I've watched with him nights, and it appears that whatever causes his wild fear is worse then.
Poor Papa.
As soon as office hours are over this evening, I'll drive out here to Blue Acres. Perhaps between the two of us, we'll be able to discover what causes his distress and be able to help him.
It filled my heart with sorrow to see my father suffering such pain and discomfort. And the look in his eyes, the mad, wild look, was almost more than I could bear. At last night came. I rejoiced when I heard Mrs. Eaton usher Dr. Laurie in. He and I sat by Father's bed while the heavy minutes ticked past. There seemed to be no change in his condition. But as night wore on and it was fast reaching midnight, there was a change in his eyes. The fear in them was so marked that I trembled from it. Dr. Laurie said...
Do you see? His eyes.
Yes.
It's as if he sees something we don't see.
Yes. It was so. His eyes seemed to be riveted on the door to his study. And it was then that I thought I heard a low moan. What was that?
I don't know.
It didn't come from Father.
No. But look at him now.
Now Father's eyes were trained in closer to his bed. He was struggling, attempting to lift his hand. It was very plain to me, and I cried out, Doctor, there's some unseen thing standing over Papa's bed.
That is the way I diagnose it.
There is.
Something unseen to us, but clearly seen by your father.
And look, the bedclothes are moving, but he's not touching them. What is it? Dr. Lorry, what is it?
An unseen spirit, witnessed only by the dying. What does Lawrence Terrence Lane see, What causes him to fear so mightily? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now the hermit will continue.
Only a few minutes have passed, but Marlene, in her anxiety to aid her father in his terrible fear, only makes matters more difficult. Now it appears that the dying man wishes his beloved daughter out of the room, too. And so Paul, the husband of Marlene, with his arms about her, leads her from the room, guides her into the music room, where she sinks into a chair, sobbing softly. Listen.
Darling, if you get overwrought, ill, you won't be able to help your father.
Oh, Paul, it's so dreadful. I tell you, Papa sees things there in his room. Some vision that frightened him. I saw the bedclothes move, and Papa wasn't touching them.
Please, dear, try to control your nerves. Shall I have Mrs. Eaton make you some tea? It'll help soothe you. I'll be right back, darling. Only take a second.
Paul went into the kitchen. I sat trying to get a hold of myself. It was only a few minutes after he'd left the room. Once again, I was aware of the same sound I had heard in Father's room. The sound that had made his eyes turn mad with the terror of it. Was I, too, losing my mind? What was the answer to this strange phenomenon? A sound that to my ears was exactly like that of a woman moaning. At first it was close to me in the music room. And then it grew fainter, but still distinct. And though it's difficult to believe, there was a second when I felt as if something had brushed past my chair, had touched my shoulder. I cried out for Paul. Paul! Paul!
What is it? I'm right here.
Paul, listen. Do you hear a strange sound?
What sort of a sound?
A sound like a woman moaning.
No.
I heard it distinctly. You listen.
Hey, you drink this tea and forget about such things.
Please, Paul, quiet. Now, do you hear?
By George.
You do hear it?
Some unusual sound.
Where is it coming from?
I don't know.
There it is again.
Yeah. So it seems to be coming from these walls of the music room.
That's it.
Or from out on the terrace.
Oh, it's nearer than that.
Here. In this wall behind the piano.
Yes. Why are you feeling the walls?
This panel here. Look.
Why, it's a panel that opens. I've lived here all my life, and I never knew of it before.
An inner room in here.
And you can hear the moaning from here much closer.
Marlene, get the candle from the piano. I'm going to look around in here.
Yes. Here, Paul.
Yeah, this passage in here must lead to another room in the house.
I'm coming with you.
And the moaning we heard was from someone in the adjoining room from here.
Paul, wait. Here, look.
What is it?
This enormous chest. Listen. Quick, there's someone inside this chest.
I believe you're right.
Hurry, they'll smother to death.
Yeah, it's locked.
Locked? Someone's been pushed into this chest, and it's been locked against them. Hurry, can't you break it open?
I'm going to try. There, the lock is giving now.
Not one skeleton, Paul. Two.
Two?
I'm going to take this chest into Terence Lane's room. When I question him and show him what we've found in his secret hiding place, no doubt we'll have the answer to our tragedy and our riddle.
When confronted with the chest and the skeletons of human beings found in it, when asked questions by Dr. Lloyd that Papa could answer by a nod of his head, we found the solution to the mystery of Blue Acre. Yes, the skeletons were those of Philip Court and my mother. My father had killed them before they ever got away from the house, the night Mother intended to leave him. Dr. Lloyd filled in many blank spaces in the life of my mother and father.
Your father was an insanely jealous man, Marlene. He would allow her no friends. He even went to the city alone and bought her gowns for her. He would allow no one to look upon her. He hated me because I attended her at your birth.
Oh.
I was surprised when he allowed you to get away from him and marry Paul. But I've figured that out now.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I found a large quantity of arsenic in his desk.
Great heaven.
I'm sure it was his intention to do away with you, Paul. Then, once again, he could have Marlene to himself.
Take me away, Paul. Paul and I left Blue Acres next morning. Terence Lane, my father, is still living. Mrs. Eaton cares for him. I haven't been out since that horrible night, when the moaning of my mother's spirit led me to her grave. But we will go out this weekend if he's still living. Paul says I can never be happy unless I forgive him. Besides, the eyes of my father show madness in the evening after darkness gathers. And so we know he is tortured enough. Each night he must see the spirit of my mother standing over his bed, accusing him of his crime of double murder.
Suffering for his guilt, unable to speak to those who stand beside him. And in the night time, a vision of a woman appears before him. The vision of one whom he murdered because of his insane jealousy. Yes. Terence Lane has learned during these last hours the blackness, the awful blackness of terror. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
Characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept the great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, Tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opened. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. The strange story of a web of death woven by fate to trap 3 unsuspecting mortals in an evil design more terrible than the mind can conceive. A tale titled Design for Death. Here is the tale, Design for Death, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. The story begins deep in the lonely solitude of the Maine woods. A young couple, Carl and Dora Evans, stand at the side of a narrow road, staring dazedly at the wreckage of their car in a deep gully beside the road. A wreck from which they have miraculously escaped unhurt.
Carl, I told you we shouldn't try to make the Canadian border by tonight. If you hadn't been driving so fast, you'd have been able to take that curve. Now what are we going to do? On foot here in the woods with sundown not more than a half hour away?
Dora, be quiet. I think I hear something. Listen.
Music. Organ music. No, we must be imagining.
We're not imagining it. Look, there's a path leading into the woods. There must be a house back in there someplace.
A house? Well, yeah. Yes, I can see it now. A stone house almost hidden in the trees. Carl, how strange.
Strange? You mean lucky. That's where we're going to stay tonight, Dora. Come on.
Carl, what do we tell them? The people that live in the house, I mean.
We'll tell them we're brother and sister on a vacation trip, that we accidentally wrecked our car. You act as if you'd sprained your ankle, and they'll have to put us up for the night. By morning, I'll have our next move figured out.
All right, Tom. Look how big the house is. Who in the world do you suppose would live out here? So many miles from even a crossroads.
How do I know? A hermit, maybe. Here we are. Now, come on, take my arm. That's it. Limp. Good.
Wait, Carl. Listen to that music. That's no radio. That must be a real organ. Strange music.
All right, so it's a real organ. What of it? I'm going to knock. Now, remember, play up your sprained ankle big. We've got to get invited to spend the night here.
All right, Carl. Here comes someone.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm afraid I wasn't expecting any callers.
We've had an accident. My sister has been hurt. May I bring her inside?
Why, of course. Come in, by all means.
Thank you. Oh, my ankle.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, come this way, into the library. Can you make it?
Yes, I think so.
Sit down here. You'll feel much better.
It's very kind of you, sir, if you let my sister rest here for a few hours.
My dear sir, it's almost dark. You must both stay here until morning. I insist.
Why, thank you.
No, don't thank me. I lead a very lonely life, and I'm delighted to have some company. Truly delighted.
Their host introduced himself as Mordred Vance, a recluse whose health required him to reside there in the
bracing atmosphere of the pine woods. When Vance told him that he lived there alone, without servants of any kind, Carl's eyes lit up with interest. Later, when Mordred Vance had shown them to their rooms and said goodnight, Carl lingered for a low-voiced conversation with Dora.
Well, Dora, how do you like it?
Like what, Carl?
The setup, this house, Vance, everything. If we had to have an accident, we couldn't have picked a better spot for it.
Carl, what scheme have you in mind now?
Listen, this guy Vance is a recluse, hardly ever goes into town. He hasn't any radio, never reads the newspapers. That means there's practically no chance of us ever finding out we're running away from the police. So you and I are going to stay here as long as we can.
But will Vance want us here?
Oh, sure, he went for you in a big way. Okay, it'll be 2 or 3 days before you feel well enough to leave. And by then, he'll be hooked. We'll make him want us to stay. And look, baby, he must be rich. You saw the rugs and furniture.
Yes, and that big organ in the library. Must have cost thousands.
At least. Well, of course, he must be a bit of a crackpot to want to live here with no servants, but he's a nice, harmless one. Maybe we'll be able to cash in on him.
That night, Carl slept well. In the morning, inwardly exulting at their luck, he helped Dora downstairs. As they descended, they heard their host once again playing the organ in his library.
What funny music he plays. Last night, that weird stuff. This morning, something sounds like church.
Yeah, he's a queer dog, but he'll be easier to handle. Now, remember, he likes you, so play up to him.
Yes, I will. Good morning, Mr. Vance.
Oh, good morning, my dear Miss Evans. And Mr. Evans. I hope you both slept well.
Wonderfully.
Like a top.
And the ankle. I see it still pains you.
Oh, it's much better this morning, Mr. Vance. Really it is.
I'm glad of that. But you must be hungry. I've fixed breakfast there on the serving wagon. Sit down and make yourselves at home. I have already eaten.
Oh, thanks, we will. Here, Dora, let me help you.
Thank you, Carl. Aren't you going to go on playing, Mr. Vance?
No. Truth is, I was just playing to put out of my mind the tragedy which happened last night when I drove to town for a few extra supplies.
A tragedy?
The wife of my grocer died very unexpectedly.
Oh.
I dropped in there to pay my bill, and after I'd paid it, she invited me to drink a glass of wine with her and her husband, as she always did. And while we were sitting drinking and talking, she was seized by a heart attack and died inside a few minutes.
Oh, it must have been very upsetting.
Yes. The sight of death moves me deeply. Why should we talk about death on a beautiful day like this? There's something else I want to speak of, Mr. Evans. Your sister's ankle must receive rest. I'm going to insist that you stay with me several days until it's properly healed.
Well, that's very generous of you, Mr. Vance.
Generous? Not at all. You will be doing me the favor by giving me your company.
Well, when you put it that way, how can we say no, Mr. Vance?
Good. Then it's all settled. You're going to stay with me just as long as I can possibly keep you. How did you like that, Dora?
That was lovely, Mr. Vance. You've never played like that before. So...
Romantically? I was playing like that because of you.
Because of me?
Of course. Listen to me, Dora. You've been here a week. Surely by now you must know I'm in love with you.
Yes, I guess I did know it.
I'm not a poor man, you know. I'll show you something. Come over here, Dora. Wait till I move this screen. There.
What? There's a safe behind it.
Yes. Now watch. I shall open it and you shall see. There. Now this cash box. Look, my dear.
What? It's full of money.
Yes. $50,000 in $100 bills. My emergency fund. Now, I'll put it away now. I just wanted to show you that I'm not penniless because, Dora, I want you to marry me.
Marry you? You must give me a little time to think about it, Mr. Vance.
Of course, my dear, by all means. Give me your answer tomorrow, but only remember, I'll not let you say no.
And now to continue the story, as it is written in the sealed book. Not knowing that Dora is really Carl's wife, Mordred Vance, a rich recluse, asked Dora to marry him. Carl, for reasons of his own, was annoyed with Dora for not accepting Vance at once.
He showed you $50,000 and asked you to marry him, and you said you'd think it over.
But, Carl, I'm your wife, just because he thinks I'm your son.
I know. But don't you see, if he thought you were going to marry him, we could stay here indefinitely?
I didn't think of that.
So you're going down and tell him you've decided to... No, wait.
What is it, Carl?
I have a better idea. We need that $50,000. It would fix us up for life.
What are you getting at?
Listen, Dora. Not a soul knows we're here outside the three of us. If Vance were dead, no one would know we'd ever been here.
You mean kill him? And take the money?
Yes, I do.
Oh, no, Carl. We've never killed anyone.
Don't be a sap. It'd be a cinch. Now we're going back downstairs. To put him off his guard, you're going to tell him you'll marry him. Then tonight, after he's asleep, I'll make sure he never wakes up.
Obedient to Carl's instructions, Dora has told Mordred Vance that she will marry him. As Vance proposes a toast to their future happiness.
And now we'll drink a toast to... What's that?
There's someone at the front door.
But I'm not expecting anyone. Who in the world can it be?
Mordred? Mordred, where are you?
Justina.
Oh, here you are. Why didn't you come to the door?
I was just going to. I have guests.
Yes, so I see. And who are they?
Very dear friends of mine. Miss Evans, Mr. Evans, my sister Justina.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do? Mordred, I'm surprised.
Surprised at what?
You know perfectly well.
But Justina...
Let's not argue before your guests.
No, of course not. Dora, Carl, will you excuse me? I haven't seen Justina in several months. We have some family matters to talk over.
Of course. We'll go on up to our rooms.
Yes, it's just about time to turn in anyway.
I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Dora.
Good night.
Good night, Carl.
Good night. Good night, Miss Vance.
Well, so you've forgotten your promise, have you, Mordred?
What promise?
You know perfectly well the conditions on which the family agreed that you could live out here in the woods, Mordred. No visitors, no trips, complete isolation.
I think I should tell you, Justina, that Miss Evans has done me the honor to agree to marry me.
Oh, she has she? Well, I'll fix that.
Justina, you shall not interfere.
Mordred, if they don't leave the first thing in the morning, this whole arrangement is canceled. Much as the family will regret it, we'll have to see that you go to an asylum.
I'm perfectly well now, Justina. Just what brought you here anyway?
An impulse brought me. I suddenly got to wondering about you, and I drove up here to see how things were. Just in time, too, apparently.
I see. You just happened to drive up here. Very well, then. They shall go. I suppose you plan to stay all night.
Yes, I do. I'll stay until after they've gone.
Then you can have the front room. You look tired. Will you have a drink of wine with me before you go up?
Well, perhaps. A small glass, please.
Splendid. I know you have my interest at heart, Justina, so we'll drink to our continued friendship.
But as Mordred Vance went to fetch a bottle of wine, Dora and Carl were talking upstairs. For they had lingered outside the closed door of the library long enough to hear what passed between Mordred and his sister Justina.
He threatened to send him to an asylum. Carl, he's mentally unbalanced.
Yes, that would explain everything. He's living here in such isolation, seeing no one.
It's his family's way of keeping him out of trouble.
Oh, he's probably perfectly harmless.
Well, anyway, we're going in the morning. And I'm glad it turned out this way.
There's no point in staying any longer. Now that his sister has seen us, it would be too risky to try our little scheme. Well, in the morning, we'll be on our way.
Relieved, Dora went to bed. Just as she fell asleep, she heard the sound of music from downstairs. Wild, strange music. She listened a moment, but she was used to hearing the organ play now, and it did not disturb her sleep. In the morning, when she and Carl descended, their host was again playing, as he had been the first morning after their arrival. Curious music, almost unearthly in quality. But he stopped as they entered the library.
Oh, good morning. I hope you slept well.
Yes, very well.
How is your sister this morning?
Oh, the truth is, my sister and I quarreled last night.
Quarreled?
We both have violent tempers, and, well, the argument brought on a heart attack, and my sister...
A heart attack?
Yes. Her heart has been weak for years. Before I could go for a doctor, she was gone.
Gone? You mean dead?
Yes, Dora. She died just after I got her upstairs to her room.
Oh, how horrible.
But what are you going to do?
Do? What is there to do?
I mean, you're going to call a doctor, notify the authorities.
No, I don't think I shall.
You mean you're going to do nothing?
Dora, my dear, listen to me. We must be married at once. We'll go away together. You, Carl, shall keep us company. When we're far away, then there'll be plenty of time for letting people know about Justina.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I've changed my mind. I can't marry you.
You've changed your mind?
Dora, be sensible.
No, I'm sorry, but I just can't. We're leaving today, Carl.
Why, Dora, I love you very much. I couldn't let you leave me.
Of course we're not leaving.
Dora, dear, please. Wait at least until tomorrow before you make up your mind definitely. That's not much to ask, is it?
Of course it isn't. She'll think it over, at least until tomorrow.
Why, Carl? Why can't we go today? Why must we wait?
Dora, listen. I have a new plan. His sister is dead. Her heart attack was a stroke of luck for us. Now we can go ahead as we planned.
You mean...
Yes, we'll arrange it to look like a suicide. When their bodies are found, the authorities will think he killed himself in grief.
Oh, I don't like it.
It'll work perfectly, I tell you. And we need that money.
Something will go wrong, I know it.
Nothing can go wrong. Now, here's how we'll work it. I have my gun...
Carl, listen.
What is it?
He's playing that awful music again.
Well, what of it?
It frightens me. I don't know why. It's just so strange.
Oh, forget about it. Now, just before it gets dark, we'll go down and I'll step up close to him and then...
now to continue the story as it is written in the sealed book. In spite of Dora's forebodings, Carl is going ahead with his plan for murdering Mordred Vance and getting his money. Just as it was getting dusk that evening, Carl and Dora entered the library to find Vance sitting in his easy chair with a decanter of wine and glasses beside him.
Oh, there you are. I was just wondering what happened to you.
We were just out for a little stroll.
Then you must be tired. Here, let me pour you both some wine.
I don't think I want any.
Of course you do. Here you are.
In a moment. There's something I want to talk about first.
Oh, indeed? What is it, Carl?
He's dead.
Yes, and it couldn't have been neater either. Now I'll clean my fingerprints off the gun. Then I'll put his fingerprints on it like this. And with the gun on the floor here beside the chair and his hand dangling over the chair arm, it's a perfect case of suicide.
Please, hurry, Carl. I want to get out of here.
Yes, of course. Well, we can use that wine now. You need a drink, and so do I.
Yes, I do. Thanks.
That helps. But now let's get that safe open. Over here behind the screen, is it?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, here it is. I hope you were smart enough to notice the combination when he opened it for you.
Yes, I did. I'll open it. There.
Good. Now, let's see what we've got.
The money was in that cash box.
Right. There we are. Did you ever see a prettier sight?
Just take the money and go, please, Carl.
Don't be in such a hurry. Let's see what's in this other box. That's funny.
What's in it?
Just a bunch of old newspaper clippings. Some of them are so old they've turned yellow. Good heavens.
What is it, Carl?
They're all clippings about murders.
Oh, what does it matter, Carl? I really don't feel well. Can't we go now?
Just a moment. Look at this headline.
Local organist sought for murder.
Santa Barbara, California, June 17th, 1935. Maxwell Vanning, organist, is being hunted by local authorities following the death of a choir singer from apparent heart failure. The police, becoming suspicious, searched Vanning's apartment and have found a bottle of rare poison whose symptoms duplicate those of heart failure.
What does that mean, Carl?
I don't know. Here are 8 more clippings covering a period of about 10 years. Every one about a murder by apparent heart failure. And every one committed by an organist whose initials were MV.
Mordred Vance!
That's the only possible explanation. He was a homicidal maniac. Why, Dora, we've been here for more than a week. He might have killed us, too.
He was going to, Carl. He was going to. I know it. Didn't you hear that music he was playing this afternoon?
What about it?
The first evening we came here, he was playing it. And that night he went to town, and you remember he said that while he was in town, his grocer's wife had a glass of wine with him and died of heart failure.
Yes, you're right. He killed her.
And then last night, after his sister arrived, he was playing that music again. And this morning, his sister was dead of heart failure.
Yes, and several of these clippings mention weird organ music heard before the bodies were discovered.
Of course. And this afternoon, he was playing that same music again. That means he was planning to kill us. Us, Carl, because we were going away.
You're right. Let's get out of here quick.
Carl, I feel sick.
Well, it's because you're upset. Come on, the fresh air will fix you up fine.
No, I can't move.
Well, here, I'll help. Something is wrong with me. Are you hurt?
We've been poisoned.
No, that's not possible.
It is. The wine. The wine he tried to get us to drink just before you killed him.
But we refused.
Yes, but we drank it afterward.
Yes, we did.
And it was poisoned, Carl. Don't you see? That's how he planned to kill it. And he's done it. He's done it.
That's funny. We planned to kill him, and he planned to kill us. And we both succeeded.
And that is the story of the strange and incredible web woven by fate, as the tale is written here in the sealed book. 2 murderers, each seeking a victim, met, and so brought about each other's downfall. Twisted indeed are the strands of fate in which destiny entangles mere mortals. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one, yes, a tale of two men who tried to drive an old woman insane by turning themselves into ghosts while they were still alive, and of the strange and terrible success that crowned their efforts. The tale is called The Ghost Makers. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
Of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is so do come in. It's no good holding back. But don't look too closely. Otherwise you'll see the dim outline of that horrible specter that appeared in your nightmares. Ready to go? Of course you are. The spirits moved you.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express.
get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
White Oaks is a gloomy estate somewhere along the jagged coastline. White Oaks has long past its heyday. On the floor in a corner of the library, staring blindly at the ceiling, is an old man, his cheek and neck riddled with bullets. Across the room is a young man, mortally wounded. 10 feet away from him is a safe. Against the safe door is a homemade chemical bomb with its fuse sizzling, like a giant firecracker about to explode. The door of the safe is thrown open. The contents scatter around the young man lying nearby. Smoke circles around him, and cash and securities drop at his feet. He tries to get up, but he can't. His hand creeps to a bundle of cash and drops helplessly over it. Miller. Yes. Come on, son. Don't die yet.
Who are you?
Police.
How do you know my name?
Went through your baggage. You've been masquerading as Tom Reed.
Yes. Fool that I was.
Didn't get far. How'd you feel?
Like death? Well, where am I?
In hospital. You take a lot of killing.
Did I? You wouldn't be bursting with curiosity about me.
Ready to talk, son?
I am. If you'll listen.
That's what I'm here for.
Jim Miller's my name. As a kid, I went right out of reformatory into jail. Number 106317 was my name for 10 years. 106317. Every night before turning in, I swore that 106317 was how many it would cost society to square accounts with me.
Society answering to the name of Tom Reed?
It just happened to be Tom Reed. It could have been Dick Nobody or Harry Anybody.
How did it begin?
I was a day out of jail, hanging around the docks, wondering where I could catch the price of a drink. A big liner had just come in out of the fog, one of those pleasure liners. I watched the passengers come off, without a care in the world. Among them was Tom Reed, dressed to kill. My eyes kept wandering over to him, and the thought kept jabbing at me that there was a man I could be if I played my cards right. We were about the same age and build, except that Reed was a little pale around the gills. All Reed had on me was a bankroll. A car rolled up, and Reed went to it. I went after him. What scheme I had in my mind, I'm not clear on anymore. It might have been the ring on his middle finger, or the pounds he flashed when he tipped the kid and bought the car. Or maybe I was just going to catch him either. Anyhow, there I was over at the car, staring at him, tongue-tied.
Yes? Is there something you want?
Yes. Driving north?
Hitchhiking?
Yeah.
Oh, hop in.
I'm Reed. My name's Jim Miller.
How far are you going?
Well, as far as I can.
But no destination?
No. How far are you going?
About 200 miles. White Oaks. Ever heard of White Oaks?
No.
It's the show place of the Cornish coast.
And what's it now?
A mausoleum. I'm the last of the Reeds of White Oaks.
You're bragging?
I suppose there is something indecent about too much money.
Have you got too much money?
100,000 in 3 days' time.
Why in 3 days?
My inheritance comes to you then.
Well, how do you collect? Does a cashier pile the money up in front of you?
No, a blind uncle we haven't seen for years taps his cane along the floor towards a safe that's been in the family for generations and opens it.
And hands you 100,000? Just like that?
Just like that. My father never trusted banks.
I turned the figure over in my mind. 100,000. 106,317. It was 6,317 shy of my number, but close enough to write off the debt owed me. I saw Reed looking queerly at me out of the corner of his eye.
Tempted, Miller.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pose as me for 3 days, then go off with all that money. Blind Uncle Walter will never detect the masquerade. That's what you're telling yourself, aren't you?
And, where are you all the time I'm posing?
Easy. You've murdered me.
You're putting ideas into my head?
I'm reading your thoughts.
You're a queer duck.
And you're an open book, Miller.
If I'd had any idea like that, Reed's openness put the kibosh on it. You can't lay hands on someone who talks on your level. I even got to like him. A little. We chewed up about 100 miles, and I caught that funny look crossing Reed's face again. I watched the hand clasp over his heart. Reed seemed to sag, and the car began to circle wildly. I grabbed the wheel in the nick of time. I almost dropped off an incline. I pulled to the side and shut the motor. What's hit you, Reed?
It's my heart.
How bad is it?
The doctor gave it a year. I've been shortchanged by 2 weeks now. Get me to a doctor.
He sounded like he only had minutes.
Get me to a doctor, Miller.
I stalled. There was a little man counting off 100,000 in my mind, slowly, by ones. Reed's eyes were on me. They were dying eyes. But I caught a twinkle, as if he were amused over something.
Here's your chance, Miller. Just sit it out under the stars. Forget the doctor.
What I like about you is your sense of humor. I'm taking you to a doctor.
Thanks, fool. But don't bother. It's too late.
Reed.
Bury me somewhere. That's Jim Miller. You be Tom Reed for those 3 days.
You're inviting me to?
It's destiny, perhaps. Perhaps you didn't just happen to come along.
It was too late to play Boy Scout and race with the doctor. Reed was dead. I sat around a while thinking over what to do. But there was nothing to think over. My mind had been made up for me a long time before Reed happened along. I told myself that Reed's dying remark practically made me his heir. But I didn't have to tell myself anything. The little blind man he talked about was already counting 100,000 in my head. 100,000-pound notes. I found a lake about 5 miles up the side road. Not a house or a human anywhere. I swapped clothes with Reed, weighed his pockets with stones, then said goodbye and let him slip. I ran for the car and headed for White Oaks, Reed's wallet pushing against me as I drove. It was a down payment on the 100,000. I got to White Oaks. The storm raged. The house was high on a hill. It looked forbidding. Everything about it seemed to say, keep out. Making an entry was easy. Easy, did I say? Every ghost story I'd heard as a kid plagued with my spine. If the outside had given me the willies, the interior put the icy frosting on it. There were shadows from kerosene lamps doing a jig on the walls. Not a soul in sight. Where was the blind uncle? Anybody home? I could hear an echo hanging in the air, and then I heard a tapping. shadows. Uncle Walter came towards me, feeling his way with a cane. An old guy with more wrinkles than face. His hand reached for me. I could feel my flesh crawling.
Tom?
Hello, Uncle Walter?
Give me your hand, nephew.
Of course.
It's been so long since I felt the warmth of a reed hand. Your cablegram from the burglar's a surprise.
Was it?
I thought you would not leave Honolulu if you wouldn't risk the trip.
Why not? My heart.
Oh, my poor Tom.
Perhaps I'll outlive the doctors.
Your voice, it's changed.
For the better?
It's deeper.
I'll blame it on the Honolulu climate.
Even your speech.
What about that?
It lacks the reed refinement.
I'll blame that on Honolulu English. They make a professor talk like a costermonger in 6 months. Well, it's been a long time, Uncle.
Yes, it's been a long time.
I'd like to retire. I'm tired.
Oh, of course, you'll want to be rested tomorrow for your cousin Margaret's arrival.
Margaret? She's coming tomorrow?
Yes.
How is Margaret?
Oh, she's grown into a fine woman. She'll make you a good wife, Doc.
When do the wedding bells ring out?
The day you take your inheritance, as your father wished it. Oh, you're displeased, Tom?
No, it's just that I never understood why my father made marrying a condition. The way I am. One jump ahead of the undertaker.
Margaret's the daughter of an old school friend your father knew out east. You and Margaret were playmates as children, and your father wanted someone close to have his money after you. This letter here is from Margaret. It came the other day. If you'd care to read it.
Thank you. I'll read it in bed.
Good night, nephew.
Good night, Uncle Walter.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
unexpected things at Whitehall's. Let us see what the mysterious Margaret has to say, shall we?
I wonder how the meeting come again.
We were practically infants the last time together. The questions that keep crowding my mind. What does he look like? What does he think about? Will he like me enough? And how will it feel marrying a man you played with as a child 15 years ago? And will you like me too, dear Uncle Walter?
So Margaret didn't know Tom Reed from Adam. All I had to do was to keep the act going for 3 days, grab the money, and leave. The next morning I drove into the village. I wanted to buy a paper and some odds and ends. I'd left the village store when a fat little man in a seaman's outfit who'd been hanging about inside followed me out. I started up the car. And he drifted over.
Right to Whitehall's, friend?
How did you guess?
The car. It's the cab Reed hired yesterday. Can I catch a lift with you?
You're going to White Oaks?
Yes. Tom Reed's guest. Name is Brand. All right?
Hop in. Are you a friend of Tom's?
Well, I was purser on the ship he came over on. We hit it off. I got invited to his wedding. Friendly chap, Reed. Rich, but genuine.
My mind worked at trip hammer speed. With every mile, the car brought me closer to reunion with someone who no longer existed. I had a choice of two things. Make a clean breast of everything, or stop Brand before he got to White Oaks. I didn't have to choose. Brand made my mind up for me. He threw a sudden bombshell.
What did you do with Tom Reed?
I don't understand.
You're wearing Reed's clothing, you're driving his car. You paid for some junk at the store, you showed Reed's wallet. You needn't sweat. You can do business.
For how much?
Half if you're just masquerading. All if you killed him.
I didn't kill him. A heart attack did. I just stitched the body. Is it half?
I'll let you know.
Start for the woods.
Is this how you want it?
That's the way it's got to be. All or nothing. No deals with a blackmailer.
Then it's all yours. Put your gun away. You're not going to shoot me in cold blood.
I've got to. The way it is, I've got to. He fell over on his side into the weeds. I'd done it. I'd added murder to masquerade. He didn't just stick a hand out for 100,000, I suppose. It came a lot harder than that. I dragged Brand through the woods, looking for a place to hide him until I could get some tools and bury him later. And suddenly, some motorist unable to get past my parked car on the narrow road. I left Brand as he was and ran to the car. For it was a girl, easy on the eyes, with a rainbow-colored scarf flying in the breeze.
Move your car. I can't get by.
Sorry.
Were you hunting?
Hunting?
I heard shooting.
I took a pot shot at some rabbits.
Any luck?
No, I'm a bad shot.
Too bad. Am I on the right road to White Oaks?
You wouldn't be Margaret?
Yes. I'm Margaret.
Hello. I'm Tom Reed.
You're Tom.
Disappointed?
Don't mind my staring. I always stare.
She wasn't just staring. She was accusing me with her eyes. Perhaps she knew I wasn't Tom Reed. She hadn't seen Reed since childhood, but maybe there'd been an exchange of photographs. I couldn't let her run blabbing to White Oaks. After Brand, I was up to my neck in it. There was no turning back anymore.
Aren't you going to show me the way, Tom?
The way you keep staring. Why?
Just bananas.
But you're still staring.
I'm sorry.
She couldn't control her eyes. I followed the direction of her stare, and then suddenly it hit me. Murder was written all over me. There was blood on my clothes. It was as if Brand's corpse was standing beside me, telling the world. You came at a bad time.
You killed somebody. In there. That's what those shots were. You killed Uncle Walter.
Uncle Walter?
And you're not Tom Reed.
You've got a picture of him?
Yes.
Nice and frank. Well, why don't you scream?
I'd rather do this. Stay exactly where you are.
Do you know how to use it, that gun?
Try me and see.
Yes. Yes, I've got to try you. Whether I like it or not, I've got to now. Nice shooting for a girl. My turn now. She nicked my elbow. I drilled her clean through the temple. Her shooting first made it easy for me. In a way, it was like self-defense. I was still kidding myself. Funny, I met a girl and killed her, all in less than 5 minutes. The 100,000 was coming a lot harder than I thought. I drove her car and all as far into the woods as I could get and shot back to White Oaks. Playing air for a couple of days was out now. I was running out of time. The plan now was to grab what was in the safe, one way or another, and get as far from the 2 corpses and the blind uncle as I could get. I got to the safe and began to work at the dials. And then I heard Uncle Walter tapping his way towards me.
John? John?
Yes, Uncle?
Give me your hand, nephew. Where is it?
Here. What do you do, read palms with your fingers?
Yes, nephew. There are flakes of dirt on your palm. As if you had your hands on the ground.
Not bad. You ought to be a detective.
And there's an odor. The smell of blood.
Let go of my hand.
What's wrong, John?
Listen. I've got a gun in my hand, pointing right at you. You're going to tap your way to that floor safe and open it. With no stalling and no questions. No questions.
But I don't know the combination from memory.
You don't?
If you listen, the combination is on a memorandum pad in the library desk.
Get it. He tapped his way along the floor to the desk, stopped over the drawer, then stayed there in a crouch like a guy in a trench. There was a gun pointing in front of him. You crazy old fool? What good's the gun? You're blind.
You'll not get a penny, imposter.
Get over to that safe and open it up.
Never.
I'm counting 3. 1, 2, better be. He'd shot me with perfect marksmanship. He'd aimed in the direction of my voice. I thought. I moved to the side quickly, emptied my gun. Uncle Walter was propped over the desk. I did him in his cheek and neck. He was still alive. The gun pointing in front of him. I crept along the wall to the other side of the room, quietly. I didn't want him aiming in the direction of the sounds again. He aimed the gun. I watched the nozzle of the gun follow me, inching as I moved. The old man was looking at me, watching me, as if he could see it, as if he had perfect vision.
Got me again.
That's the end of it, Sergeant.
You fixed the glycerine charge in a can and blew the wall safe?
That was a trick I picked up in prison. There were some chemicals in the storeroom at White Oaks. I thought I was going
to collect your fortune.
Yeah. The old man, Uncle?
Dead. He died of those bullet wounds you made.
How did you... What brought you?
To White Oaks. The young lady. She came in and told us that you were trying to rob the safe. That you were likely to commit mayhem.
Young lady?
Sure. Wait a minute. How did you describe this, Margaret? A rainbow-colored scarf. What color hair did she have?
Auburn. Auburn. Grey eyes. Auburn hair.
That's impossible. Don't die. You can't die. This girl.
Ghost, told you. A ghost.
Hey, what's this? Who's that laughing? Doctor, did you hear that?
I know him.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Well, he's dead. This young man is dead. But the girl, she spoke. Well, I didn't hear anything. You must be imagining things.
the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the Creaking Door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present
The Creaking Door.
The Weird Circle. In this cave by the restless sea, we are met to call from out the past stories strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so all may know we are gathered again in the Weird Circle.
Welcome to the Ogden's Playhouse for another Weird Circle story. Tonight we are to hear a classic mystery tale from the pen of Elizabeth Gaskell. This is an unusual story in every sense of the word, just as Ogden's Fine Cut is an unusual tobacco on every count. Ask the smoker who rolls his own cigarettes with Ogden's. There's an unusually fine taste and aroma to Ogden's. Try Ogden's and sample its goodness for yourself. You'll find Ogden's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. And now tonight's Weird Circle story, The Old Nurse's Tale, by Elizabeth Gaskell.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the old nurse's story.
Hear that? That tapping on the window pane? Yes, I know. Tonight it's the wind knocking the apple tree branches against the glass. But long ago, we in the big house heard that rapping, and it was not sound made by wind, nor by any mortal means. I, Hester, have been nursed for many years to this house of Fernvale. I spend my days remembering and reliving the past. I recall how Miss Maud and her sister, Miss Grace, were the prettiest young ladies in this countryside. Their father, Lord Fernvale, paid little attention to the motherless girls. So wrapped up was he in music, which was his hobby. And so, when he invited Tony Sorrento, a fine young musician, into the house as his guest, Lord Fernvale was blind to the court Mr. Tony paid to both the sisters. I remember like it was yesterday, for I was only in the next room sewing. I remember when Miss Maud turned on Miss Grace.
Look here, Grace, somebody's got to wake you up. You're acting awfully silly with Tony. You're positively moon-eyed.
Oh, am I?
Anyway, I don't giggle at the least thing Tony says the way you do.
Grace.
Oh, Maud, let's not quarrel. I've wanted to tell you something for a long time, but I've been afraid you'd laugh. Promise me you won't laugh.
I couldn't laugh looking at your serious face. What is it, little sister?
I'm just terribly in love, Maudie. And Father's going to have a fit, but I can't help it. I'm just awfully in love with Tony.
Oh, Grace, this will never do. Tony's no good.
Don't say that. Don't say it. And if there's anything you know, don't tell me because it's too late.
Grace!
Oh, Father.
Where are you?
Please don't tell him anything, Mark, please.
Girls, where are you?
Here, Father, in the library.
I wonder you wouldn't answer before I yell my lungs out. Maybe you two are ashamed to face me. Oh, I know what's been going on around here.
Nothing. Nothing's been going on,
We don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't you? Well, the whole town knows. Neither of you seem to care if our name is subject for the back fence gossips.
Get to the point, Father. What have you heard?
It's public knowledge that my guest, Tony Sorrento, has been courting both my girls, setting two sisters against each other. And you silly, stupid girls without pride or dignity, permit this trifling nobody, this musical dandy to make sport of you.
Don't talk that way about Tony. He hasn't been courting both of us.
I suppose, Grace, you think you're his heart's desire.
Father, don't be cruel. But Grace, Father's right. Tony has been making love to both of us.
Don't tell me. I won't listen. I don't believe it.
You've got to believe it, you little fool. Anyway, I have sent Tony packing, bag and baggage. You'll never see him again.
You what? Where is he? Where did he go? You've got to tell me. I've got to go to him.
Grace, use your hair.
Oh, listen to me, both of you. Tony and I were married yesterday.
Married? That cheap fortune hunter married to my daughter? I'll not have him joined to our family.
But, Father, I'm his wife and your daughter. And he is your son in spite of you.
Oh, in spite of me, indeed. Not if I renounce you as my daughter. Get out. Get out. Get out of my house. And don't ever come back.
If death had taken Miss Grace away, we in the house couldn't have mourned her more sincerely. Soon Miss Maud married, and we believed it was to get away from the gloomy place and from her father, rather than for love. Lord Fernvale's temper turned more hard and bitter after that, lashing out at nothing at all. And then, one winter evening, after Miss Grace had been gone about 6 years, I was at the big house visiting in the kitchen when my husband rushed in, telling us Miss Grace had come back, and was at that moment standing at the front door. With her was a pretty little girl. We tiptoed, for we were only human, you understand. We tiptoed to the hall door to listen. But Lord Fernvale's voice would have reached us anywhere. We heard Miss Grace say,
Father, I've come back. Let's both of us forget our grievances.
You must be mistaken, young lady. I am not your father. I have one daughter living. Her name is Maud. Another daughter, Grace, died 6 years ago.
But I didn't die, Father. I am Grace. And this is Angelita, your granddaughter.
Mommy, I'm cold.
We'll be warmed up in a moment, dear.
I have no granddaughter, and only one daughter alive, who married suitably and well. You've come to the wrong house, young woman.
Oh, Father, you haven't changed at all.
Mommy.
But if you don't care about me, think about Angelita, your granddaughter.
Mommy.
Look at her, Father. She looks just like you.
I'm awful cold, Mommy.
I'm not interested in the child, nor in you. You must not persist in this madness that I'm your father. I tell you, my daughter Grace is dead.
All right, Father, if that's the way you want it. But don't forget, I'm your daughter. And I, too, can be hard and revengeful and mean. And I swear to you, I'll hurt you some way. Somehow. I won't rest until I make you suffer. I'll make you suffer.
You'd better hurry to the village. You may be in time to catch the late train. Good night.
We all stood like stones, so frozen we were by what we'd heard. It was a cruel night for a woman and a child to be walking to the village, for there was a bitter wind rising, and snow was beginning to fall. My husband wanted to sneak out the back way and find Miss Grace and the little one, and hide them in this cottage here. But the master must have guessed our intentions, for he called us in and gave us all tasks to do, just to keep us busy and thwart our plans. When we'd finished, we thought Miss Grace and her child had surely reached the train by that time. But in the morning, as I walked across the back hillside pasture where the sheep graze, Timothy, the shepherd, called.
Hester! Hester!
Come here. Quick.
What in goodness name is it, Tim?
Here. Look behind the pine tree. Against the rocks.
Oh, merciful heaven. It's Miss Grace and the little one. Frozen like statues.
I heard about them coming to the big house. They must have got off the road and got lost in the blinding snow last night.
Oh, Timothy, it's awful to see them sitting there. I can just imagine how Miss Grace and the little one groped their way up the hillside and thought they'd take shelter behind the pine tree against the rock. Oh, the poor lost things.
Mind you, Hester, how the big rock is just like a stone chair for her and the little one. Well, maybe their souls have peace and rest now.
I wonder after all that's happened and the way they died, I wonder if their souls will ever find rest. He never knew how the master felt about the tragedy, but it was plain to all he was a softer man after that. Though, whether it was the death of Grace and the child, or good news that came within the week, or both together that changed him, it's hard to say. For Maud gave the house of Fernvale an heir, the Master Robert. Lord Fernvale was fairly bursting with happiness and pride. He couldn't do enough for the boy. Lady Maud often brought Master Robert to visit at the house, and we all agreed he was an uncommonly fine, bright boy. We'd nearly forgotten the tragedies of the past, but we were soon to be reminded of them with awful clearness. When Master Robert was going on 6 years old, Lord Fernvale sent word to my cottage for me to come to the house and see him.
Esther, my daughter Maud and her son Robert are coming to stay several months this winter with me. Her husband has business in the Far East. I would like you to act as nurse to the boy.
Oh, sir, I'd be very pleased. Master Robert's such a sweet child.
Robert's the only heir to carry on our family name. I want you to take very good care of him.
Oh, indeed. I shall care for Master Robert like he was my own son.
Esther, I'm an old man. I want peace now. I want Maud to be happy here. She's never been told about the death of Grace and the child, Angelita. We Fernvales are not very forgiving. I can't say how Maud would react if she knew the circumstances under which her sister and niece died, but what's past is past, and I can't change it now, Hester. I want you to promise me you won't ever speak of Grace and of past events.
Please don't say another word, sir. You can be sure I won't speak of what's none of my business. How could I know that this would soon become very much my business, and that I would be tempted to break my solemn word to the master? Indeed, we were all so happy the first few days Lady Maud and young Robert were with us that it hardly seemed possible our household had ever been anything but happy. And then one day I was playing a game with Robert on the library floor, and his mother sat knitting and smiling at us, when we heard a light tapping on the window. I doubt Robert's mother or I would have noticed the sound, but Robert dropped his toy and looked toward the window.
Mommy, I'll bet that little girl's come to play again. So I can't see her very plain.
Little girl? I didn't know there were any children around here. Oh, there aren't any, ma'am. There's not even a house within 3 miles of us. Yes, that's true. What little girl would be walking 3 miles in the snow just to see you, Robert?
I don't know her name yet, but I see her most every day. She stands outside the window and knocks like that till I notice her. And then when I go out, I can't find her anywhere. There. You hear that? You just wait. In a minute you can see her. You'll see her playing.
But if she's knocking on the window, why can't we see her now?
I don't know. She comes and goes. Just like a shadow.
What does the little girl look like, Robert?
Oh, she's just a girl. She's awful cold, though. She just shivers and shivers. There she is. See her, Mommy? Hester, look. Look, there's a little girl right outside the window.
Well, friends, as Elizabeth Gaskell's absorbing story unfolds, we shall see that young Master Robert seems headed for an undeserved fate because of his grandfather's unreasoning cruelty. We shall see, too, that the appearance of the little girl at the window is only the beginning of a chain of events of startling nature. But now, let's talk of the chain of events that lead to complete smoking satisfaction if you roll your own cigarettes. The first step is a visit to your tobacconist and the purchase of the handy green package labeled Ogden's Fine Cut. From there, the process is a smooth series of adventures in smoking enjoyment for the roll-your-own cigarette smoker. Just try the rich goodness of Ogden's. It's roll-your-own smoking satisfaction at its best. See how uniformly Ogden's rolls into a cigarette of fine consistency, a superior smoke every time. The popularity of Ogden's has been attained with good reason, for Ogden's is your guarantee of consistent, high quality. Try Ogden's. You'll find Ogden's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. And now back to our story. Grace Fernvale enraged her father by an unsuitable marriage. When she returns with her 5-year-old daughter, Angelita, Lord Fernvale insists Grace is dead and refuses to let them enter. Grace screams that somehow she will make her father suffer. The following morning, the bodies of Grace and the child are found in the back pasture, frozen like statues. Lord Fernvale's other daughter, Maud, has married, and her small son, Robert, is loved by his grandfather. Robert tells of the shadowy figure of a little girl he sees outside the window, who beckons him to come to her. Maud, Robert, and his nurse hear the tapping on the window, but only Robert can see the little girl.
Anyone, Robert? Where do you see her, Robert? Where is she standing?
Right there. Right smack in front of the window. Oh, Mommy, I want to go out and bring her in so she can get warm by the fire.
All right, Robert. Bring the little girl in. Oh, ma'am, don't let him go out there, please. Can't you see? There's no little girl outside the window.
There is, too.
Hester, I'm going to prove to Robert that the little girl he thinks he sees is imaginary. Now, run along, Robert. Put on your coat and go bring in that cold, shivering little girl.
You know something? The little girl looks a little like you. Well, goodbye, Mommy. Goodbye, Hester. I'll get her.
Oh, saints preserve us, ma'am. Now I'm sure of what I'm sure of. What are you sure of, Hester? Oh, I can't tell you, ma'am. That's what I thought. Hester, the people around this countryside believe there's a ghost up every chimney. I was half frightened out of my life by the ghost stories I heard when I was a child. Now, I don't want Robert to believe those old superstitions. But how do you account for the knocking, those taps? I can't account for them right at this moment, but if I took the trouble to investigate, I'm sure I'd find some logical, reasonable explanation. Well, if you'll excuse me, ma'am, I want to run out and see that Robert's all right. Wait a minute, Hester. I'll go with you. We'll all three of us look for that little girl. Robert's mother and I got outside the house quickly, and we followed Robert's little footprints in the snow to outside the library window. His mother said, "Well, here are just Robert's footprints. There are no others anywhere around." That's how I thought it would be. Come now, Hester. Don't make a mystery out of nothing. You see, Robert's footprints lead around to the back of the house. He's probably gone to the kitchen to beg a sweet from the cook. Yes, ma'am, I see. But I think I'll follow on around if you don't mind. I think I do mind. I don't like the fear and hysteria in your voice. Robert will sense it, and then he really will imagine he's seeing things. Go in the house, Hester. I'll get Robert. It seemed hours I waited in the house. I remember I went from room to room, pressing my face against each window, looking for Robert. I could hear his mother calling, first softly with confidence, then louder and louder. Finally, I knew she was frantic and afraid. I thought of Grace's last words to her father. "I won't rest till I make you suffer. I'll make you suffer." Cold fear like pincers clutched my heart as I thought of little Robert, the only heir to the family of Fernvale, and how through him terrible vengeance could be wrought. Finally, I heard the front door slam and voices in the hall. Father?
What's wrong, Maud?
Father, I can't find Robert. I followed his footsteps to the back of the house, but then I lost them. So many people have been walking there.
Oh, now calm yourself, Maud. The boy can't have gone far. But where is Hester? Why wasn't she with him?
Oh, it was my fault. All my fault. I wouldn't let her look for him. But call everybody now. Everybody. Get everyone out to look for Robert. I got ready as fast as I could and joined in the search. And I started straight for a certain place I knew so well. For I had notions of my own about where Robert could be found. But I'd only gone a few steps when Lord Thorndale saw me and called.
Esther, where are you going?
To the back pasture, sir.
Wait a minute, I'll come along. Why would Robert wander over to this rocky, lonely place?
I don't think Robert wandered alone, sir.
What do you mean, Esther?
Don't ask me, sir. You think I'm crazy.
Wasn't it here somewhere that Timothy found Grace and her child, Angelita?
Yes, it was. We've only a few steps more to the pine tree and that rock that's shaped like a chair. Oh, come on, sir.
Esther, do you believe that curses and threats can be effective after death?
I don't know, sir. There's some who claim they've known of such things, but I'm sure I don't know. Around this way, sir. Around the tree.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. Oh, little Robert. Look at him. Sleeping on the very rock that's like a chair.
Great heavens, is he alive? Is he breathing?
Mommy.
Oh, he's alive. But so cold. So cold.
Here, wrap him in my coat.
I brought a blanket.
Esther! Father! Where are you?
Here we are, Maud. Come around the big pine tree. We found Robert.
Oh, thank heaven.
Oh, how did he get here of all places? And what's happened to him? Oh, he's unconscious.
Auntie Grace.
Oh,
Auntie Grace. Where's Angelita?
Aunt Grace. My sister. Why, Robert didn't even know he had an Aunt Grace. And who's Angelita? Pay no attention. He's a bit delirious. It's just a strange dream.
Yes, a very strange dream. Esther, run ahead and get the doctor.
For days and nights we fought for Robert's life. In his delirium, Robert kept up a running conversation with Aunt Grace and Cousin Angelita. First with one and then the other. And Lady Maud asked me so many questions which I dared not answer, for I'd promised the master. We took turns sitting by the bed, and as I sat alone one night with Robert, I thought what a terrible power hatred is. For I had no doubt but that Robert had been led to the stone chair where the bodies of Grace and Angelita had been found, and that he had been led there through the hatred and vengeance of Grace. And then I thought, doesn't love too have power? Indeed, aren't we taught that love is greater than hatred? In fact, greater than all else. And then I said aloud, Grace, don't hurt Robert. He's never harmed you. Let the child go. Let go of your hatred. What's done is done. Forgiving is a happier way than hating. Listen to me, Grace. Forgiving is a happier way than hating. And true as I'm sitting here, from that night on, Robert turned for the better. In a few weeks, he was up and about, his bright little self playing again. And I was not surprised when soon after Robert's recovery, his mother came here to the cottage to see me. Hester, I've heard rumors and whisperings at the house, and I've overheard things in the village. I know something about my sister Grace has been kept from me. I want you to tell me what it is. I thought you'd ask me that before long, but I promised your father never to speak of it. What's past is past. Why not let it be? Because I think I have a right to know. Strange things have happened, and I want to understand them. Now, why not ask my father to release you from the promise of keeping silent? Will you give me your word to hold no grudges? No matter what you hear, will you promise to be forgiving? Yes, Hester. I promise. Then I'll go back to the big house with you and speak to your father. I'll get my coat. Hester, do you notice there's a strange light in this room? A red glow. Oh, ma'am. Look out the window. There's fire in the big house. It's the reflection we see. Robert's in the house. Oh, come on, Hester, quickly. We must save Robert. We must. We ran as fast as we could across the snow-covered lawns to the big house. But by the time we got there, it was a mass of shooting fire. It seemed to me that if anyone were inside, he could never get out alive. In front of the big house, men were trying to hold someone back. It was Lord Fernvale, struggling desperately.
Let me go, you fools! Let me go, I tell you! Hold on now, sir. It's hopeless, sir. There's Robert's inside. I've got to go. Let me go.
Robert, no use.
Nobody can stop me. Let go of me, you fools! Oh, heaven help us. There he goes. That's the end of this house.
Yes, the house crumbled and fell, burning to the ground. And the head of the proud family of Fernvale died with it, for he had rushed in to save Robert and had perished there. We thought Robert had perished too, but as we stood there, fairly paralyzed with grief and shock, we heard Robert's voice.
Mommy!
Robert! Robert! Oh, child! I can't believe my eyes. You're not real.
Sure I'm real. Only Angelita isn't real. She told me she isn't. She couldn't even light the fire.
What do you mean? What do you mean to light the fire?
Well, she came to the window again, and I asked her in to get warm. But the fire was out, so I tried to make a big light in the fireplace with papers and things.
Go on, child. Then what happened?
Well, Angelita said she wasn't real and she couldn't help me. So I did it all by myself. But, Mommy, somewhere your shawl that was on the chair by the fireplace got a burn on it, and then the shawl lit up the curtain, and just everything began to burn.
What did you do? How did you get out?
Oh, I wanted to stay and see it, but Angelita made me run. We got out through the French windows and ran up the hillside where Angelita's mommy lives in the snow. And Hester, Auntie Grace said I was to come back and tell you something.
Robert, your Aunt Grace doesn't live anywhere near here. Dear, you mustn't make up stories like that. Let him tell it, ma'am. Let him tell it.
Well, Auntie Grace said she's sorry for what happened, and she says she doesn't hate anybody any longer.
What is Robert talking about, Hester? We'll have a talk later, ma'am. I guess now this family can live in peace, without fear of vengeance and old hatred.
Oh, yes. Auntie said I must never forget some words. She said I must remember that forgiving is a happier way than hating.
Oh, Robert.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the old nurse's story. Bellkeeper, hold the bell.
Life has many an unexpected surprise. The touching climax in tonight's presentation of the Ogden Playhouse is an excellent example. So, too, is the pleasant surprise awaiting smokers who roll their cigarettes with Ogden's fine-cut tobacco for the first time. It's a surprise that means smoking satisfaction. What's more, it's a happy surprise you can enjoy with every cigarette rolled with Ogden's fine-cut tobacco. Try a package. You'll find Ogden's easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Yes, easy to roll, delightful to smoke. Next week at this time, another Weird Circle mystery play, The Middle Toe of the Right Foot, by Ambrose Bierce. Join us, won't you? If you smoke a pipe, try Ogden's Cut Plug. It's a cool, fragrant smoke. It's a delight in a pipe.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the true stories of some of its most celebrated cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, brought to you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Now, this is the voice of the custodian of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson.
Good afternoon. This is a man's handkerchief. I doubt you've ever seen a handkerchief so stained with blood. I don't believe I have. I just like to touch it. They should really wash these things, shouldn't they? If the young man who owned it had washed it, he wouldn't be where he is now. No, I don't know exactly where he is, but I've been led to believe it's an unpleasant place. His body is buried, as Mr. Justice Coburn said, within the precincts of a prison in which he had been confined. That was Pentonville Prison, where a great many murderers are buried. Now, here is Chief Inspector Godfrey Allen Rouse, who had most to do with the case number H42426.
Yes, I've been on duty all night. No, I've had no adventures at all, except an interview with a sad, fat man who accidentally set his bed on fire, and whose landlady was annoyed with him. I don't believe the poor man has smoked cigarettes in bed since. I was shambling sleepily along a certain street in the West End, thinking how nice it is to go to bed at the height of the full, fresh, fragrant morning, when my arm was rudely seized. My thoughts of bed vanished with a minor popping sound as I recognized the features of Mr. Alistair Crumbine, proprietor and chief clerk of the nearby Figurene Hotel. I gathered from Mr. Crumbine's gobbling that someone was violently dead in his hotel. Sighed and followed him. There, a functionary conducted me by means of a frighteningly creaky lift to the top floor of the Figurene and preceded me into a room, the door to which was standing open. Across the neat bed lay the body of a dead woman, appallingly battered about the head and upraised arms. She was a thin, middle-aged woman, and there was no sign of blood on her. It had been carefully washed off, although the bed linen was spattered freely. There was no sign of a weapon, and the room, except for the carnage on the bed, was quite tidy. A door leading to what I assume was a private veranda was closed, locked, I afterwards found, from the inside. The functionary and I stood and looked silently, and then I heard the lift creak again, and Mr. Alistair Crumbine was there. "Who is she?" I asked Mr. Crumbine.
"She's dead, isn't she? There's no doubt she's dead, is there?"
I reassured him, and he burst into lamentation.
"Oh, my poor hotel. What's my poor hotel going to do with people getting murdered in it? What's to happen to me?"
"What happens to your guests, Crumbine? She's a guest, isn't she? Who is she?"
"Oh, the poor lady in my hotel. She's dead."
"Yes, she's dead. Who is she?"
"Eh?
Who is she?"
"It's Lady Madge Johnston. She's dead."
I knew of Lady Johnston. Lady Madge Johnston, a well-known philanthropist, widow of Sir Lawrence Johnston, a former member of the London County Council, reputed to keep a large box of crisp £1 notes for handing out to indigents at all times. What are you doing, Alistair?
"The box of money's here, all right."
"Mean there is a box of money?"
"Look."
You may believe it or not, but there was a great Schweppes ginger beer case still bound with iron straps under the bed, and it was absolutely running over with fresh, crisp Bank of England pound notes.
Cool.
Wonder if it's all there. Wonder if he took a fistful.
Who?
Chap that did her in.
I wonder who did it. In my hotel.
When did it happen?
The maid found her when she brought up a cup of tea at 7 o'clock, like she always does. Darjeeling tea she always drank, the poor thing. Nasty strong stuff. At 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then the maid came and woke me up, and I hurried home at once. Had a seizure, she said. Elsie Weed from St. Louis, USA.
Who?
The maid had a seizure.
Did she say anything?
Only that she was going home.
I know, a seizure. Anybody else been here?
I don't think so. No.
Who was that man who brought me up here? He's been here.
Oh, Fellows, the porter. He operates the lift.
He here?
Eh?
Was he here?
Oh, he must have been, mustn't he?
Has he any ideas? What does he know?
I'm afraid I didn't ask him.
Get him. I want to talk to him.
Oh, yes, of course.
Get him.
Yes, of course. Fellows! I say fellows!
Isn't there a bell on that lift?
Oh, yes.
Well, use it then.
He'll hear me. Fellows!
So will everyone else in the hotel.
Oh, do you think so?
They'll have everyone up at the place here, and I don't want them. Ring the bell.
Oh, yes, of course. He'll be here at once.
Where does that door lead?
What door? Oh, to the veranda.
Wonder if he got in that way.
Don't open the door. Oh, don't be careful. You'll fall. Be careful.
What on earth happened here?
Oh, I should have told you. Oh, I hope you didn't fall. Only you're still there. There's no floor on the veranda.
What?
We have the carpenters here, you know. They're making a few changes. Some new floors in the verandas.
A man could break his neck here.
It is quite a fall, isn't it?
Where are these carpenters? Have they got ladders?
Ladders? Yes, of course they've got ladders. How do you think they'd get up here? Do you suppose it was a carpenter that did it? Oh, but they all go home at night. They leave the tools and... I say, she might have been struck by a hammer, mightn't she?
Let's see. Might very well have been. What about their tools?
I was saying, they leave them in a storeroom, locked down on the ground floor.
We shall go down there and look presently. Best send for these carpenter chaps.
Do you suppose... I say, do you suppose one of them could have done this? Good heavens. They do use hammers, don't they?
We shall see. I think we should have them here at any rate.
Oh, by all means, old boy. Oh, here's the lift. I'll tell Fellows to ring up the carpenter foreman and have him... Oh, Fellows, would you... Oh, it isn't Fellows, is it? Oh, good morning, Sepperly. Where's Fellows?
Good morning, sir. He went home. His time was up. I'm on duty now, sir. I'm here.
Oh, dear.
Who is it?
Sipperly, sir. I'm the dayman. Fellows went home.
Get him back here at once.
Yes, sir. But I don't know where he lives, sir. In Southend, I think, sir. Or Hammersmith. Or perhaps it's Shepherd Bush. I'm not sure, sir. Houston?
Well, do you know where that carpenter foreman lives? Get him at once.
Yes, sir. Though I'm not sure.
Here. Wait
a sec.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sipperly isn't as bright as he might be.
No, sir. Well, there's Lady Johnston. Morning, Lady Johnston. She's sick. Well, what's the matter with Lady Johnston?
Please go, Sipperly.
Run along, old boy, do.
Yes, sir. Shall I, sir? Oh, is something wrong with Lady Johnston? She hurt? Is she?
What shall I tell the boy?
He'll find out sooner or later. She's dead, son.
Oh. What's the matter with her?
She's been killed.
Who killed her?
We don't know, Sipperly. Now, please go on.
I know. It's one of them carpenters has killed her. That's why you want me to go find them. I know what you're talking about. I know.
Be quiet, Sipperly.
Huh? Well, who did then? Tell me who did. Tell me.
Now, go on, Sipperly.
Yes, Mum. Sir, poor Lady Johnston. I know. I heard him talking in the night.
Well, indeed. Do you have many like that?
Poor Sipperly. Still, the boy may be right, you know.
About what?
About the carpenters, of course.
Why?
Well, you said she was battered to death with a hammer. A hammer's a carpenter's tool, isn't it? A weapon.
I said she might have been beaten with a hammer. She might have, I said.
Well.
Are there no other hammers in your hotel?
The carpenters have the only ones. They're the ones who did it. They must be. They did it. Now, wait till we get them here. Don't you think so, Chief Inspector?
I don't know.
Well, then, who could have?
I don't know that either.
You wait till we get them here. You'll see.
Look here, old chap. Just run along to a telephone with you and ring up Scotland Yard. It's Whitehall, 1212. Tell them there's been a killing here and ask them to send some people.
Send who? Whom?
They'll know whom to send. And tell them I'm here too, will you? And I want someone to relieve me.
Yes, sir. What'll I do then, sir?
Then I suggest you go talk to Sipperly. Perhaps he and you can think up some good ideas together.
I'm your man. Oh, poor Lady Johnston.
Whilst Crumbine dashed down the stairs, which also creaked abominably, I sat myself down with Lady Johnston's corpse to think. These are the things I thought of. A, the good charitable lady had been killed in the night. Whoever did it had, with the good lady, made a great deal of noise. Note, who heard the noise? And when? Did they recognize any voices? Someone who was familiar, or had become familiar with arrangements at the Firenze Hotel did it. Else, how had he known about Lady Johnston? How had he got in the room? That door to the outside to the veranda had been locked. And the veranda 5 floors above the street had no floor anyway. How did the intruder get in? Or had he not had to get in? Had he been inside all the time? And what had the night porter been doing? Suddenly, I must have a little talk with that night porter, and I remembered his name, Fellows. The man who had been relieved by the boys Sipperley and gone home to Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush or perhaps Euston. The night porter would have a lot of questions to answer, I could foresee. Lady Johnston said not a word to me, but grinned horribly. There were a couple of spots on her face the person who had washed her up had missed. "Excuse me, milady," I muttered, and went to look at the outer door. The key which had locked it was still in the lock where I had left it. The inside, mind you. I opened the door. The floorless veranda yawned above those 5 stories to the street. Could a ladder, I wondered? Carpenters use ladders. I must see if that foreman carpenter or his mates had been reached yet. I closed the door, locked it, went out and rang for the lift. After a moment, it started up. Well, I reflected, that would at least save time. I could ask Sipley some of the questions that plagued me. Perhaps he might know something. I waited as patiently as I could. At last, it hove in sight. "Hello, Sipley," I said. I could see Sipley staring up at me. "Hello, Sipley," I said.
Oh, you remembered my name, sir. Thank you, sir. Hardly anyone remembers my name, sir. Joseph Adoniram Sipperley, it is, sir. From Blackpool. That's way up in Lancashire, sir. I don't know your name, sir, though.
Well...
Oh, no, don't tell me. I'll find out. Poor Lady Johnston, she didn't remember my name either. She always called me boy. I hate being called boy, don't you, sir? Yes, sir. Do you want to see Mr. Crumbine, sir? He's on telephone. He's calling the foreman carpenter, sir. Mr. Morris, like you said. Only he can't get Mr. Morris on the telephone. And so he called Fellows. Fellows is the night porter, sir. And he lives in Kennington.
Not Southend or Hammersmith or Shepherd's Bush.
Or Euston. No, Kennington. Mm-hmm. Kennington isn't far away, and Fellows will be right here in a minute, and maybe you'll know who killed poor Lady Johnston. She was so nice. But she always called me boy instead of my right name, Joseph Adoniram. Don't you feel dreadfully sorry about her? I'll take you to the cellar, sir, whilst Mr. Crumbine's on the telephone. This is the cellar, sir. There.
Nothing down here.
Storeroom, sir, where we keep the guests' trunks and boxes and everything, sir. Excuse me, sir, I beg your pardon, sir. Excuse me, sir. I'm always bothering the guests, sir. Mr. Crumbine tells me, and...
Look here, Sibley, you're not bothering me, and besides, I'm not a guest, am I now?
Well, sir, I want you to know that I'm really not such a simpleton that Mr. Crumbine thinks I am.
Now, look here, Sibley.
He thinks I'm not quite bright, sir. But I'm bright, all right. And I have the equivalent of a high school education, sir.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, sir. I know algebra, sir, up to binomial theorem, sir. And I'd wager Mr. Crumbine doesn't know that much about algebra. And I know Latin. Quousque tanem abutera Catilina patientia nostra. That means, how long, O Catiline, are you going to continue to try our patience? And I know Kipling quite well. My father was a great student of Kipling. Excuse me, sir. There's a widow in Sleepy Chester who weeps for her only son. There's a grave on the Parbang River, a grave that the Burmans shun, and there's Super da Prag Tivori to tell how the deed was done. That's the grave of the 100 Head. I know it all, but excuse me, sir, I forget so much. I think that's why Mr. Crumbine thinks I'm not quite bright. I can't remember things. I tried for me trade test in the war, sir, but right in the middle of the examination, I forgot. I've forgotten what I forgot. But they made me go away. That's the room there where the carpenters keep their tools. Wouldn't you like to look at it, sir, while Mr. Crumbine is on the telephone? Well, goodbye, sir.
I wonder if he heard anything last night. Or has the poor beggar forgotten it? Well, I suppose we'll never know. Poor kid.
Hello, Chief Inspector. How did you get down here?
The lift.
Oh. Simply take you to the wrong place. I'm going to sack that fellow.
Oh, no. This is quite the right place. You got your people?
The carpenters? No. But they'll be coming in. The fellows? Yes, he's on his way. Turns out he lives in Kennington, no distance at all. What do you mean about the right place? You want something down here?
I thought I'd have a look at this place where the carpenters store their tools.
You do think it was a carpenter, did it?
Where's this place?
Just a step. Here.
Not locked up?
Well, they go in and out all day. Come on, I'll show you. Here they are.
The carpenters?
No, chap. The tools.
Let's have a look. Saws. Whatever these things are.
Planes.
Levels, drill braces.
Miter boxes.
Hammers. I say, let's have a look at these.
Suspicious, eh? Suspicious, eh?
Yes.
Well, let's have a look.
Looks all right. So is this one?
There's only 3.
3 what?
Hammers. Hammers. Matter.
This one's clean.
Beautiful. These carpenter chaps.
I mean it's clean.
Oh. You mean...
Like the old lady was. Carpenters don't usually wash their hammers, do they?
Well, I don't know.
I'll tell you, they don't. Look at the others. See? Sawdust, rust here, paint.
I see, but... I know. Maybe it's new.
I don't know. But I don't think so.
Well, have you found the murder weapon, gentlemen?
Whitehall 1212, to which you are listening, is compiled from records of authentic cases from Scotland Yard. The research is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. In today's story, Chief Inspector Rouse has just discovered what may be the murder weapon in a cellar storeroom. Now, back to the story itself.
The people from Scotland Yard for whom I had asked, photographers, fingerprint men, all the rest, including a relief for me, had now arrived, and I sent an earnest young constable back to the yard with the extraordinarily clean hammer, with instructions to take it to the forensic laboratory people for a thorough examination. I sat down in the corner of the cellar with Alistair Crumbine and Fellows, the night porter, and held grave discussion.
Good thing you got me before I got into bed, sir.
Why is that, fellows?
Once I got my eyes shut, sir, you'd never woken me up till Monday, sir.
Oh, heavens. Is today Sunday?
As ever was, sir. We all ought to be in church singing hymns or praying or going on like they do, sir. As I say, sir, it's a good thing you found me sitting there eating the last of my liver and onions in the Sunday night shirt, or I should never have waked up until 8 o'clock Tuesday night and Monday being my night off, sir.
At which time you'd have been sacked, because you're due on the job at 6:30, my dear fellows.
I'm sorry, sir.
That's why we weren't able to reach those carpenters.
All at Nonconformist Chapel, sir.
Well, you can arrest them Monday, Chief Inspector.
Why should I arrest them?
Well, it was their hammer that Lady Johnston was murdered with, wasn't it?
We don't know that yet, you know. Wait till I hear from the
Have
laboratory.
to be certain you know, sir. You know what Sybil has been saying, sir?
Oh, that nonsense.
What's Sipley been saying?
If you listen to everything Sipley's been saying...
What's Sipley been saying?
He says he recognized them, sir. At least 3 or 4 times he told me, sir.
What's Sipley been saying?
Oh, a lot of nonsense.
What, fellows?
Well, sir, excuse me, Mr. Cumberland. He's been hearing voices.
Voices?
Voices? What kind of voices, fellows?
Well, may I tell him, sir, what Sybil has been saying?
If you want to make a fool of yourself.
I believe him, sir. That lad wouldn't tell a lie.
Hasn't brains enough to tell a lie.
Well, what's he been saying about voices?
He's been hearing him, sir, every night for a week.
What sort of voices, fellows? Sibyl, let's have him in here and ask him.
He's gone, sir. I met him when I came in.
I sent him out for some coffee for all these Scotland Yard fellows.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're all very grateful. Wonder where all my men are.
All over the place.
Well, sir, Syphilis been telling me he sleeps here at night, sir, in the other end of the cellar. That 3 times, I think it is, he's been waked up and by strange men's voices whispering.
He's balmy.
Now, wait, sir. I thought I heard them myself. And Syphilis and me we've gone hunting for them all over the hotel.
Find them?
Well, no, sir, but I believe they're the ones stole that hammer, if they did, and killed poor Lady Johnson with it.
Syphilis swears he's heard them. Unless it's what is it, an hallucination. Might be, you know.
He's been waking me up every night, practically.
You don't believe it.
Well, clues sometimes come from the strangest places.
Well, there might have been somebody planning to. Yeah. Still, we never found anybody.
It'd be extraordinary if you did, fellows.
Beg your pardon, sir?
It isn't that simple.
But, sir...
But it's interesting enough to make me want to know more, I can assure you of
You
that.
see, sir...
Nonsense. The man's daft.
Well, we'll see. And at that moment, the earnest young constable I'd sent to the laboratory with the 2 clean hammer arrived. Well, constable, I said?
Yes, sir. They've examined it. There's a preliminary report, sir.
I was being a little too Sherlock Holmes.
No, sir.
Eh?
No, sir.
What?
Well, should I be for these gentlemen, sir?
Eh? Oh, Crumbine. Well, it's your hotel, and fellows. Perhaps we may find your whisperer.
Syphilis, sir.
Speak up, constable.
Well, sir, first the laboratory said the hammer looked too clean to be true.
Huh.
It was. It had been wiped clean.
Exactly what I said.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, when they started to examine it under a low-power microscope, sir...
What did they find?
A drop of blood. A blood stain, sir.
Well.
Yes, sir. Under one of the claws, here, where the cleaning rag missed it.
The type?
AB, sir.
Wonder what type Lady Johnston's is.
We got a sample, sir. That's what took me so long.
What type?
They're identical, sir. This is the weapon she was killed with.
Constable...
There's something else, sir.
What's that, Constable?
Well, sir...
Will you gentlemen excuse me for a moment, please?
Oh, yes.
Well, Constable?
I stopped by the CRO, sir.
The Criminal Records Office, Well, that's quite right. There should be a check made of every person concerned and every crime investigated, of course.
I have them checked, sir.
Good.
Here.
Both these people?
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Better turn your back to them, sir.
Yes. Crumbine and Alistair. No record. I'm glad of that.
Yes, sir. Read the other.
Fellows George, no record. Well.
The other one, sir.
Sipoli, Joseph Adoniram. Oh, no.
Read it, sir.
I needn't need to more than glance at the card. Sipoli, Joseph Adoniram, had been convicted twice. Once for robbery, once for causing grievous bodily harm. Both felonies. Was not quite right. And when Sipoli returned with the coffee for the Scotland Yard men, the earnest young constable and I called him aside. In Sipoli's own room, we showed him the card containing the notation from the Criminal Records Office. He looked at me with something of a sneer, and his voice wasn't the same.
Well, cop, I suppose you want to search me.
I turned away while the constable frisked him, as the Americans put it. Nobody said anything. When I turned back, Sipoli was grinning at me. The constable looked at me in horror. There on the little table before them lay a blood-stained handkerchief.
It was in his pocket, sir. Don't let that give you any ideas, Chief Inspector. I was boxing the day before yesterday with good old fellows, and he blooded me nose. Ask him.
Get him, Constable, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fellows.
Hello!
Come in here, please, Mr. Fellows.
Right. Come in.
Ask him.
What's wanted, sir?
Fellows, were you boxing with Sipoli here the day before yesterday?
Eh? Oh, yes, sir, I was.
See?
Did you...
Give you a bloody nose, didn't I, sir?
And here's the handkerchief I sopped it up with.
You've been carrying that wretched thing about in your pocket all this time?
But when we sent the blood-stained handkerchief to the laboratory, they found the blood on it was not type A, Sibley's own, but type AB, which was Lady Johnston's. Confronted with this anomaly, Sibley made a statement.
Yes, it's her blood. Yes, I killed her. I'm sorry I didn't get all of the blood off the hammer. I made up the story of the people whispering, so if I couldn't blame it on the carpenters, there'd be somebody else. You'll find the handkerchief I used for my bloody nose on the floor of my room under the rug by my bed. I just pocketed the wrong one. They both looked alike. It's no good, I give up. I murdered the old fool. Why? I'll tell you why. Because everyone said I wasn't quite bright. Because nobody would bother to learn my name, Joseph Adoniram Sibley. They called me Boy. Just like the old lady did. Boy. So I killed her. I wish I could kill all of you. I didn't get any of the money, though. Fellows came along too soon, looking for the people that whispered. So I went along with him. We didn't find anybody. Boy indeed. Not quite bright indeed. Well, I almost got away with it, didn't I?
Almost. Joseph Adoniram Sibley was hanged at Pentonville Prison, and his body's buried in the precincts of the prison. The boy who was not quite bright. He wasn't a boy, though. He was 27 years old, though he looked much younger, as the prison surgeon who made the post-mortem examination said.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 was Horace Braham as Inspector Rouse. Others in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Morris Bellamore, Gordon Stern, Evan Thomas, and Lester Fletcher. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
123-year-old I do today. Yes, sir. 123-year-old. Satan. Tell folks to douse out them lights so we have it nice and dark. That's it. Draw up the fire and gaze into them worlds. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll be upon a ship that's bound for Africa. Africa was strange beneath. Aboard that ship begins our yarn about a man who studies insects. Our yarn of the entomologist. The entomologist.
I've never known you to acquire such a sudden dislike for anyone before. Yet only a few days ago, when you learned Dr. Sternoff was on this boat, you could hardly wait until you were presented to him.
I know. He's probably the greatest entomologist in the world. It's an honor for a mere journeyman bug hunter like myself to have him even say good morning when he passes, but Edith, the man gives me the shivers. That body of his that seems all arms and legs, and the black whiskers, he reminds me of some tremendous spider.
Maybe that's what happens to men who study insects. They grow to look like them. My goodness, Roy. When you reach his age, you may resemble a... what is the bug you specialize on?
My future face. I go in for butterflies.
Then how attractive you'll be at 50. If a little flighty. Oh, but seriously, I think your prejudice concerning Dr. Sternoff is absurd. I rather like him.
You show it.
Why shouldn't I? His offer to escort me to Rogers' plantation from Cape Town places me rather deeply in his debt.
You cabled your brother not to meet you, that you were going to make the trip with Dr. Sternoff?
Yes. It'll save Roger a difficult journey from what he's written me of the traveling facilities in his part of Africa. And as Dr. Sternoff's own headquarters is so close to the plantation, it becomes a natural neighborly arrangement.
Edith, will you let me take you to your brother's place when we reach Cape Town?
Why, boy, you're going to Natal, you said. Roger is in Ireland.
Oh, I can study insect life there as well as in Natal, and I'd like to meet your brother, and, you know the real reason.
Oh.
The same reason I followed you aboard this boat, and I've followed you everywhere during the last 2 years. I'm mad about you, Edith. Turned me down so many times, I'm not going to ask you to marry me again now, but I'm not going to let you go traipsing around Africa with anyone like Sternoff.
Oh, are you jealous of a man twice your age?
No, I'm not, but I don't like the way he looks at you. I'm not going to have you alone with him. I'm going to take you to Tomorrowland myself.
Oh, Roy. Eventually, I suppose I'll have to marry you. Apparently, I can't lose you.
You only would marry me, but I'm not going to ask you again. It seems so useless.
You never tried asking me under such romantic conditions as this. Starry night, the deck of a ship, wild waves singing. Dreary roads, the surroundings are ideal.
Stop making fun of me.
Well, if you won't propose, I can't make you.
I'm tired of hearing you say no.
I'm tired of saying no.
Huh? Edith. Will you marry me?
Yes.
What?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my. Edith, you really mean it.
I do.
Edith.
But I'll change my mind and let you quit staring and kiss me within the next half second.
Oh, Edith, darling. Sweetheart. Good evening.
It seems that I intrude at an unwelcome moment. Excuse me.
Oh, wait, Doctor. For the sake of retaining your good opinion, let me explain that I don't make it a habit to let men kiss me, unless my hair...
Dr. Sternoff, Miss Gardner has just honored me by promising
don't be stilted, Roy. I've just decided, Doctor, that Mr. Bolton will make me a fairly good husband. So we've just become engaged.
Mr. Bolton is to be congratulated. I envy him greatly.
Thank you.
Now, since you have Dr. Sternoff to talk to, I'm going to leave you, Roy, and go there.
Oh, Edith.
I'm tired. With the prospect of matrimony staring her in the face, a girl needs solitude and rest.
Well, I'll take you to your stateroom.
No, I want to be rid of you now. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Miss Gardner.
Good night, Edith.
A very fine girl, your fiancée.
Very. I think I'll go to my cabin, too. Good night, Doctor.
Do not hurry away, Mr. Bolden. Suppose we talk a while. When do you and Miss Gardner plan to be married?
We haven't discussed that yet.
You will take time, I hope. Affairs of such importance should not be rushed into. Perhaps you will wait until after you conclude your studies in Natal.
I've decided not to go to Natal. I'm taking Miss Gardner to her brother's.
That is a pleasure I had looked forward to.
Since we shall all be going to the same part of the country, I suppose there's no reason why we shouldn't all take the trip together.
No, except that I had counted on Miss Gardner's company alone.
Sorry to have disarranged your plans.
It is unfortunate that you have. I do not like my plans disarranged.
I don't like your tone, Doctor. Just what do you mean?
Suppose I hear your views on my probable meaning.
All right, I'll give them to you. If you think I haven't noticed the way you followed Miss Gardner around ever since we came aboard this ship, you're crazy. And I don't like the way you keep looking at her. As though she was some specimen you were tracking down. I don't like anything about you, Doctor, since you've asked for it. And I want you to keep away from my future wife.
You are so candid, I shall be equally so. I enjoy the society of your future wife. And as the future is such an unknown quantity, I do not intend to keep away. Also, as an entomologist yourself, you must have heard that I seldom track down a specimen in vain.
Why, you think...
I think your engagement to Miss Gardner is a mistake. One that may be rectified before marriage. Before you leave the ship. Good night, Mr. Mawson.
I wish I could have heard such a ridiculous quarrel. You must have sounded like small boys with chips on your shoulders.
Well, that's the reason I never told you about it until tonight. It was so utterly ridiculous. But it confirmed my suspicion that Sternoff is nearly as mad about you as I am.
Well, you don't know how flattered I feel. Two mad lovers on one small ship.
I don't believe you feel flattered at all. There's something too inhuman about that man for you to really want his attention. All you enjoy is my jealousy.
He's very strange. A little insane, I think. You know, he's literally obsessed with a desire for power. Rather peculiar in a naturalist who's devoted his life to the study of tiny insects.
Those tiny insects, if uncontrolled by man and not destroyed by their own warring proclivities, could annihilate all other living creatures. They are power, undirected.
He made a remark something like that. Said that someday a genius would develop a new species that would enable him to rule the world.
By genius, he meant himself, of course.
Oh, boy. You feel so ridiculously bitter toward the poor man. You say he threatened you that night?
Oh, he didn't threaten exactly. Simply said our engagement was a mistake that might be rectified before I left this ship.
Rectified by what?
By his personal magnetism, maybe. By proving to you that his charm so outshone mine that you'd give me back the ring I haven't bought you yet and take his instead.
Well, if that was his purpose, he's evidently forgotten it. I've scarcely seen him since that night. And tomorrow we land at Cape Town. Which reminds me, there's packing still to
Oh,
do.
don't go in yet.
Oh, I must. There's so many things to get together. And I'm sleeping anyway.
I'll take you to your door, then. Let's get married in Cape Town tomorrow, dear.
Oh, now, don't start rushing me again. Roger's the only relative I possess, and I'm not going to marry you without his brotherly blessing. Here we are. Good night, dear. Roy, let me go before someone comes around the corner.
Good night, dear.
You look so romantically sad at our parting here one night. That's all. Good night.
Good night.
Good evening, Mr. Bolton.
Huh? Oh.
I seem to come upon you always at the conclusion of a romantic moment.
You seem always to be watching for such moments, Dr. Sternoff.
On the contrary, they're very painful to me. I would prefer not to witness them. But let us not quarrel again. Our ship lands tomorrow. Let us simply say goodbye.
There'll be time for that when we dock in the morning.
One never knows in the rush of departure. We may not meet.
When Miss Gardner and I reach her brother's place, we'll be neighbors. Farewell seemed rather superfluous, Doctor.
I live for 10 miles from Miss Gardner's brother. You. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Bolton.
Right. Hello, Mr. Vernon. Here to be a sight room.
Oh, hello, Stewart. Yes, going to bed.
Just saw you talking to the gentleman with the whiskers. Something important you wanted to see you for, I fancy. Been hanging around this corridor all evening.
Waiting for me?
We didn't say, but as he belongs over in Section A, I imagined he was waiting for someone, and he went away after talking to you.
He wasn't hanging around Miss Gardner's door, was he?
Oh, no, sir. He wasn't hanging around any place special. Just up and down the hall, yeah. Wasn't he waiting for you, sir?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
No, sir. Well, here we are at your door. Good night, sir.
Good night, Stewart. Oh, wait. We'll be parting tomorrow. I may as well have your tip off of mine now. Here. Thank you for your very excellent service.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here, don't bother looking for your key. I'll unlock your door, sir.
Thanks.
Here, now, just a minute. And now I'll turn on the light. Well, it's a good thing I came in. The light switch don't work.
It's all right when I left this evening.
There's probably a fuse downtown. You just wait outside now. I'll let it fix your exit. Now, the door's slammed, sir.
I'll open it, Stewart.
Yes, please, sir. I'll close the shutters on it. Let it stick together.
The spring latch is snapped. Where till I find my key? Here. Stewart, my key doesn't work.
You don't?
Oh, that's funny.
Just don't bother, sir. I heard there's a big fire here. I can't turn the leg.
Well, what's happened to this lock? Worked all right when you opened it a moment ago.
I'll soon find out this. Maybe I strike this next. There.
Oh! Stuart! Stuart! Stuart, what's wrong? Stuart! Help! Help me, someone! What is it? What's happening? Stuart, locked inside my cabin. He just screamed. Here, help me break down this door.
Here, will you?
Here, together with our shoulders. Now! Now, get in. That did it. Stuart! Stuart, where are you?
Yes. Oh, who is the blessing? Here's one. Here he is, on the floor. Throat has been torn open. He's dead.
Dead?
Oh, what killed him? There's nothing. There's no one in this room.
What do you think killed the Stuart, Satan? That's right. But families didn't understand what Satan said. We'll have to come see us next time I have a birthday. And then we'll spin you the rest of our yarn about the entomologist. The entomologist.
Written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole.
Now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
$109 I be today. Yes, sir, $109. Now douse out them lights and we go on with that perfect story we begun last time you was here. Where we leave off, Satan? Oh, yes. We told how them two scientists who studied insects was both in love with the same girl, and how she naturally preferred the youngest and best looking, which made the other fella kind of mad. Well, sir, they was all aboard a ship bound for Africa. And on the night before they landed, a steward on the boat went into the young fellow's cabin just ahead of him and was very mysteriously sick. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon we'll be in an African jungle. For that's why we picked up our story now. And soon you'll hear more about the entomologist. The entomologist.
No question in my mind, Roger, that whatever killed the steward in my cabin was intended to kill me. The door that made him prisoner didn't slam by chance. A spring had been attached to it. The lock had been tampered with. If he hadn't gone in there ahead of me by the sheerest accident...
But what killed the steward?
No one knows. But Dr. Sternoff, I think. But he was with the captain at the time it happened, so had a perfect alibi.
You say there was no way for anyone to get out of the cabin except through the single door?
No, and nothing came out that way. One of the portholes was open, but no man or animal could have escaped through it. But they could scale smooth horizontal walls like a fly that have had to drop into the sea.
The steward's throat was torn.
No, it wasn't torn exactly. It was as though something had bitten him there. Something poisonous, for it killed instantly. And the wound was frightfully inflamed. Yet if the bite was made by an animal, it was one of an entirely unknown species.
I've seen two such wounds as you described.
You have?
Yes. I didn't want to talk any more about this before either. That's why I suggested we walk out here in the bush tonight. He's upset enough about the whole thing as it is.
He refuses to believe that Dr. Sternoff had anything to do with it. Why, she'd have made this trip up here with his party if I hadn't absolutely insisted we come by ourselves.
I don't share my sister's trust of Sternoff.
You say you've seen two similar wounds. So that which killed the steward?
Yes, on black boys in the vicinity of Sternoff's place. Only whatever bit them was not frightened away as easily and as soon as your steward's case. But when found, every drop of blood had been drained from their dead bodies.
What on earth?
The natives ascribed the death to vampires.
That's ridiculous.
Nothing is ridiculous in Africa. The blacks say Sternoff set the vampires on the men. They call him the devil doctor around here.
I'll be glad for me to find Mary tomorrow and on our way to Nate to help. I don't want her even in the same province with that man.
I'll hate to see you go so soon after your arrival here. But, well, I'll see to it at least here myself. Well, here we are back at the house.
The lights are all out. Edith must have gone to bed.
We've been talking back there in the bush a long time. It's late, but someone's still up around the place. There's my houseboy.
Effendi.
Must have something on his mind to make him run like that.
Effendi Garner, you are well of your sickness?
Sickness?
Yes. Yeah, you start back before your lady sister find you.
What are you talking about? Where is my sister?
Gardner isn't here.
No, men come say Effendi Garner sick hurt in bush. She go look see.
How long ago?
Half hour, maybe.
Roger, where do you suppose? Who was the man who came here for my sister?
Black boy come from Devil Doctor house.
Sternoff, come to the house and get our guns, and we'll find out what this is all about.
If he laid his filthy hands on me, that's all.
Take your shirt on. He wouldn't dare do anything to her. What? But the door's locked. My sister locked it, Nebu?
I know.
Never mind. Burst it open. Let me get a gun and start my...
There it goes.
Like a light, Nebu.
Never mind. I can find the guns in the dark. Oh, what's the matter?
It flushed across my face. Felt like a sticky silken cord.
There's something in this room, Effendi. Something moving.
Yes, I hear it.
Get those guns. It's an animal of some kind.
I have my rifle. A light, Nebu, a light.
Me do.
Look! Shoot!
Hurry! It's running away!
Oh, there. I've got it this time.
God, look at it. That's what got the steward. And your blacks here. It was put in this house tonight to kill us.
But no such monster can exist. It's impossible.
It did exist. There's its dead body. A giant spider.
2 feet long. Easy now. Turner's house lies right back of that high fence.
You don't think any of those fighters are loose out there?
I hope not. God, where did such a monster come from?
I think Sternoff made it.
Made it?
Yes. The man is a scientific genius. I believe he's found a way to increase the size of a small, ordinary spider. I remember a paper he published some years ago hinting at the possibility of such a thing. That cord which thrust across my face was a strand of its web.
You hadn't felt that?
We just stumbled right into it. Then.
Don't speak of it.
Now I know why the blacks found dead here had been drained of blood. He thought because of a spider is too small to assimilate solid food. So he sucks the juices of his prey.
I'd rather believe the native's vampire theory.
More pleasant at that. Think. Sternoff, the monster who turned loose such things as Edith in that house.
We'll find her safe. He only wants to be rid of us.
He's in love with her.
The gate's unlocked. Quiet now. He thinks we're dead. We'll get him unaware.
He got the drop on us before.
He won't. But if he does, Nebo has reached Sumed by this time, and he's on his way here now to Constabulary.
So you can trust Nebo?
Absolutely, where harm has promised us to turn up. One of the blacks that spider killed was Nebo's brother.
Come on, hurry. I want to get my hands on Sternoff.
He won't escape. He hasn't got a chance.
What? I have their guns. Find their arms. Go! It is useless to struggle, gentlemen. My black boys were selected for their strength.
They are bound to send you.
See, gentlemen, it is you who have no chance.
You're not going to get away with this.
I must contradict you. You have been very lucky twice, Mr. Bolton, but no luck holds good forever.
Look here, Sternoff. You'd better turn my sister over to us and let us go while you have the opportunity to save your life. In half an hour, the Sumet Constabulary will be here. They'll tear you to pieces if you harmed us.
I anticipate no trouble from Sumet. You see, I have here another prisoner besides yourself and Edith.
Nebo!
There is Nebo on his head, Effendi.
Lord!
My boys brought the faithful servant down almost directly he left your house. Now, Mr. Bolton, I intend to prove that your engagement to Miss Gardner was a mistake. A mistake that shall be rectified tonight forever. Take these white men to my laboratory.
Yes, sir.
As a student of insect life, Mr. Bolton, you will appreciate the specimens I am about to show you, whom you will meet intimately.
Oh, God.
Spiders, gentlemen. Giant spiders. Monster insects that will make me master of the world. Look at them in their cages behind these bars. Spiders. I made them giant. Look at them. Hairy, eight-legged monsters whose poison pulses will kill an elephant. Harmless in their cages now, but soon they'll be swarming about you in this room. You can't.
You won't.
But I can. I shall. This lever here opens every cage at once. I shall press it just as I myself go out this door to safety. Arthur! Marty! Cut the ropes which bind the white man's hand.
Yes, Professor.
I wish your body free. Through the glass panel of this door, it will be a better show to see you try to fight my baby.
What a rotten beast you are.
And he has Edith in this filthy house.
Edith is upstairs, quite safe and ignorant of your presence here. She will be ignorant of how you die. She is very fortunate to be chosen for my mate. As I shall be the master, she will be mistress of the world. The world which I will rule by giant insects who are power.
You're mad. Even a madman can't go through with him.
It's useless, boy. We haven't got a chance. Sternoff, if you've a single strain of decency in your carcass before you turn those things upon us, give us a drink.
A drink?
Yes, whiskey. God, we've got to have something to nerve us before you open those cages.
Oh, don't ask that swine for anything, Roger. Let him pull his lever and get it over.
No. I can't bear to think of those spiders coming at us. I'll go crazy, Sternoff. So I won't know what's happening. I'll keep you out of your show. Whiskey, Sternoff, whiskey. The least you can do is grant me that.
The brother of my future mate has a streak of yellow. Bring them whiskey.
Yes, not from me. I want nothing from you.
Whiskey for me. Whiskey, for God's sake.
Give it to him.
Here, Effendi.
Thanks.
Get out, you black, so you won't see a white man whine.
Go, Effendi.
This boy, Nebo. Rafi has insecure outside.
Nebo cannot get away, Effendi.
Get out, both of you.
White man now on bound. Maybe danger you, Effendi.
I have a pistol in my hand, haven't I? If I haven't the nerve to try anything, get out and close that door.
Yes, Effendi.
I'm impatient. My throat is dark. Drink your whiskey, you yellow dog.
Yes.
a drink. Whiskey. For you, Sterner. I didn't want to drink, but I saw it in your eyes. I'm blind. I can't see it. Where's his pistol, Roy? I've already got it. Roger, he stumbled against that lever. The cages are opening. Quick, out that door. No, you will not. He's locked it. Open that door, son of you fool. Those spiders will kill you as well as us.
Oh, no, I'm their master, their creator.
Get the teeth on him, Roy.
No!
He's thrown it among those spiders. They're coming from their cages, coming from all sides.
Come, my babies, with your pies and knives.
Roy, smash that glass panel in the door. Yeah. Quick, they're almost on us.
I have it.
Right. There's people outside. Outside. He's free. He opened this door.
No. You cannot get away.
Edith.
Evil found me and set me free.
Evil, you were a prisoner, too. How did you... Careful, Dr. Friend. You touch people well. I have hit a knife. They're dead. Come on. Come away, quick. Out of this place.
No.
Those spiders.
My baby, don't let them get away.
Run. Outside this house. The spiders are everywhere.
Get them, my babies. Get them.
No. Not these. Spiders have some Erna.
Keep away. I made you. I am your master. Keep away.
Don't look back, Edith. Run.
Oh, Roger, what are you stopping for?
You upset this lamp. There. He's set the place on fire. It's the only weapon that will stop those things.
Catching everywhere.
But we're safe outside. At last.
Good fire. Eat evil spirit. Eat devil, doctor.
Oh, those spiders. Oh, please, God. Kill everyone.
Statement means just bitten. That if you ever goes to Africa, after hearing this Percy yarn, he'll take along a can of insect powder.